1 Kings 1. Adonijah wants to be king. King David was very old and could not keep warm. His servants covered him with blankets, but he was still cold. So they said to him, "We will find a young woman to care for you. She will lie next to you and keep you warm." So the king's servants began looking everywhere in the country of Israel for a beautiful young woman to keep the king warm. They found a young woman named Abishag from the town of Shunem and brought her to the king. She was very beautiful. She cared for the king and served him, but King David did not have sexual relations with her. Adonijah was the son of King David and his wife Haggith. He was born after Absalom. Adonijah was a very handsome man. King David never corrected his son Adonijah, and he never made him explain his actions. Adonijah became very proud and decided that he would be the next king. He wanted very much to be the king, so he got himself a chariot, horses, and 50 men to run ahead of him. Adonijah talked with Joab, son of Zeruiah, and Abiathar the priest. They decided to help make him the new king, but several important men did not join Adonijah. They were Zadok the priest, Benaiah son of Jehoiada, Nathan the prophet, Shimei, Ray, and King David's special guard. One day, at Zoheleth Rock near Enrogel, Adonijah sacrificed some sheep, cattle, and fat calves as a fellowship offering. He invited his brothers, the other sons of King David, and all the officers from Judah. But he did not invite his brother Solomon, Nathan the prophet, Benaiah, or the men in the king's special guard. Nathan advises Bathsheba. When Nathan heard about this, he went to Solomon's mother Bathsheba and asked her, "Have you heard what Haggith's son, Adonijah, is doing? He is making himself king, and our master, King David, knows nothing about it. You and your son Solomon are in danger, but I will tell you what to do to save yourself. Go to King David and tell him, 'My lord and king, you promised me that my son Solomon would be the next king after you. So why is Adonijah becoming the new king? Then while you are still talking with him, I will come in. After you leave, I will tell the king what has happened. This will show that what you said is true.' So Bathsheba went in to see the king in his bedroom. The king was very old. Abishag, the girl from Shunem, was caring for him there. Bathsheba bowed down before the king. The king asked, 'What can I do for you?' Bathsheba answered, 'Sir, you used the name of the Lord your God and made a promise to me. You said, "Your son Solomon will be the next king after me. He will sit on my throne." Now, you don't know this, but Adonijah is making himself king. He is giving a big fellowship meal. He has killed many cattle and the best sheep, and he's invited all of your sons to the meal. He also invited Abiathar, the priest, and Joab, the commander of your army, but he did not invite your faithful son Solomon. Now, my lord and king, all the Israelites are watching you. They are waiting for you to decide who will be the next king after you. If you don't decide, then after you are buried, these men will say that Solomon and I are criminals." While Bathsheba was still talking with the king, Nathan the prophet came to see him. The servants told the king, "Nathan the prophet is here." Nathan went in to speak to the king. He bowed down before the king and said, "My lord and king, did you announce that Adonijah will be the new king after you? Have you decided that he will rule the people now? Today, he went down into the valley to offer many cattle and the best sheep as fellowship offerings. He invited all your other sons, the commanders of the army, and Abiathar the priest. They are now eating and drinking with him, and they are saying, "Long live King Adonijah." But he did not invite me, or Zadok the priest, or Benaiah son of Jehoiada, or your son Solomon. My lord and king, did you do this without telling us? Please tell us, who will be the next king after you? Then King David said, "Tell Bathsheba to come in." So she came in and stood before the king. Then the king made a promise. "The Lord has saved me from every danger. As surely as he lives, I make this promise to you. Today I will do what I promised you in the past. I made that promise by the power of the Lord, the God of Israel. I promised that your son Solomon would be the next king after me. I promised that he would take my place on my throne, and I will keep my promise." Then Bathsheba bowed down before the king and said, "Long live King David. Solomon is anointed king." Then King David said, "Tell Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah son of Jehoiada to come in here." So the 3 men came in to meet with the king. Then the king said to them, "Take my officers with you. Put my son Solomon on my mule and take him to Gihon Spring. There Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet will anoint him to be the new king of Israel. Blow the trumpet and announce, 'This is the new king, Solomon.' Then come back here with him. Solomon will sit on my throne and be the new king in my place. I have chosen him to be the ruler of Israel and Judah." Benaiah son of Jehoiada answered the king, "Amen. It is as true as if the Lord God himself had said it. My lord and king, my lord and king, the Lord has been with you. And now I pray that he will be with Solomon. And I pray that King Solomon's kingdom will grow and be even more powerful than yours, my lord and king." So Zadok, Nathan, Benaiah, and the king's officers obeyed King David. They put Solomon on David's mule and went with him down to Gihon Spring. Zadok the priest carried the oil from the holy tent and poured it on Solomon's head to show that he was the new king. They blew the trumpet, and all the people shouted, "Long live King Solomon!" Then all the people followed Solomon back into the city. They were very happy and excited. They were playing flutes and making so much noise that the ground shook. Meanwhile, Adonijah and his guests were just finishing their meal. They heard the sound of the trumpet, and Joab asked, "What is that noise? What is happening in the city?" While Joab was still speaking, Jonathan, son of Abiathar the priest, arrived. Adonijah said, "Come here. You are a good man, so you must be bringing good news." But Jonathan answered, "No, it is not good news for you. King David has made Solomon the new king. King David sent Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, Benaiah son of Jehoiada, and all the king's officers with Solomon out to Gihon Spring. They put Solomon on the king's mule. Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anointed Solomon at Gihon Spring, and then went back into the city. The people followed them, and now everyone in the city is celebrating. That is the noise you hear. Solomon is sitting on the king's throne, and the king's officers are congratulating King David, saying, "King David, you are a great king. And now we pray that your God will make Solomon a great king too. We pray your God will make him even more famous than you. And we pray that his kingdom will be even greater than yours is." Even King David was there. From his bed, the king bowed before Solomon and said, "Praise the Lord, the God of Israel. He has put one of my own sons on my throne, and he has let me live to see it." All of Adonijah's guests were afraid and left very quickly. Adonijah was also afraid of Solomon, So he went to the altar and held onto the horns of the altar. Then someone told Solomon, "Adonijah is afraid of you, King Solomon. He is at the holy tent holding onto the horns of the altar, and he refuses to leave." Adonijah says, "Tell King Solomon to promise that he will not kill me." So Solomon answered, "If Adonijah shows that he's a good man, I promise that not a hair on his head will be hurt. But if he does anything wrong, he will die." Then King Solomon sent some men to get Adonijah and brought him in. He approached the king and bowed before him. Then Solomon said, "Go home." First Kings 2. King David dies. The time came for David to die, so he gave these commands to Solomon. "I am about to die, like all men must. But you are growing stronger and becoming a man. Now, carefully obey all the commands of the Lord your God. Carefully obey all his laws, commands, decisions, and agreements. Obey everything that is written in the law of Moses. If you do this, you will be successful at whatever you do and wherever you go. And if you obey the Lord, he will keep his promise about me." He said, "If your sons carefully live the way I tell them, sincerely, with all their heart, the king of Israel will always be a man from your family." David also said, "You remember what Joab son of Zeruiah did to me. He killed 2 of the commanders of Israel's army, Abner son of Ner and Amasa son of Jether. Remember, it was during a time of peace when he spilled the blood that splattered onto his sword belt and army boots. I should have punished him then. Use your wisdom, but don't let him die peacefully of old age. Also, be kind to the children of Barzillai from Gilead. Be friends with them and let them eat at your table, because they helped me when I ran away from your brother Absalom. And remember, Shimei son of Gera is still around. He is the Benjamite from Bahurim who cursed me when I ran away to Mahanaim. But when he came down to meet me at the Jordan River, I made a promise to him before the Lord that I would not kill him. Now, don't leave him unpunished. You are a wise man. You will know what you must do, but don't let him die peacefully of old age." Then David died and was buried in the city of David. David ruled Israel 40 years. He ruled 7 years in Hebron and 33 years in Jerusalem. Solomon and Adonijah. Now Solomon was king. He sat on the throne of his father David and was in complete control of his kingdom. One day, Adonijah, the son of Haggith, went to Solomon's mother, Bathsheba. She asked him, "Do you come in peace?" Adonijah answered, "Yes, this is a peaceful visit. I have something to ask you." Bathsheba said, "Then speak." Adonijah said, "You know that at one time the kingdom was mine. All the people of Israel wanted me to be their king. But things have changed, and now my brother is the king. The Lord chose him to be king. But now I have one thing to ask you. Please don't refuse me." Bathsheba answered, "What do you want?" Adonijah said, "I know that King Solomon will do whatever you ask. So please ask him to let me marry Abishag, the woman from Shunem." Then Bathsheba said, "Very well, I will speak to the king for you." So Bathsheba went to King Solomon to talk with him. When the king saw her, he stood up, bowed before her, and then sat back down. He told some servants to bring another throne for his mother, and she sat down at his right side. Bathsheba said to him, "I have one small thing to ask you. Please don't refuse me." The king answered, Ask whatever you want, mother. I will not refuse you." So Bathsheba said, "Let your brother Adonijah marry Abishag, the woman from Shunem." King Solomon answered his mother, "Why are you asking me to give Abishag to Adonijah? Why don't you just ask me to give him the whole kingdom? After all, he's my older brother, and both Abiathar the priest and Joab support him." Then Solomon said, "By the Lord, I swear I'll make Adonijah pay for this with his life. The Lord made me the king of Israel. He gave me the throne of my father David. The Lord kept his promise and gave the kingdom to me and my family. Now, as surely as the Lord lives, I swear Adonijah will die today." King Solomon gave the command to Benaiah, and Benaiah went out and killed Adonijah. Then King Solomon said to Abiathar the priest, "I should kill you, but I will let you go back to your home in Anathoth. I will not kill you now, because you helped carry the holy box of the Lord God while marching with my father David. And I know that you shared in the hard times with my father." So Solomon told Abiathar that he could not continue to serve as a priest of the Lord. This happened, as the Lord said it would, when he told Eli the priest what would happen to him and his family. Joab had supported Adonijah, but not Absalom. But when Joab heard what happened to Abiathar, he was frightened and ran to the tent of the Lord to hold on to the horns of the altar. Someone told King Solomon that Joab was at the altar in the Lord's tent, so Solomon ordered Benaiah to go and kill him. Benaiah went into the Lord's tent and said to Joab, "The king says, 'Come out.'" But Joab answered, "No, I will die here." Benaiah went back to the king and told him what Joab had said. The king commanded Benaiah, "Do as he says. Kill him there and take him out to bury him. Then my family and I will be free of Joab's guilt from killing innocent people." Joab killed 2 men who were much better than he was. He killed Abner, son of Ner, the commander of the army of Israel, and Amasa, son of Jether, the commander of the Ar. He killed Abner, son of Ner, the commander of the army of Israel, and Amasa, son of Jether, the commander of the army of Judah. He did this without my father's knowledge. But now the Lord will punish Joab for the men he killed. He and his family will always be guilty for their deaths, but the Lord will bring peace to David, his descendants, his family of kings, and his kingdom forever." So Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, killed Joab, and he was buried near his home in the desert. Solomon then made Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, the commander of the army in Joab's place. Solomon also made Zadok the new high priest in Abiathar's place. Next, the king sent for Shimei and said to him, "Build yourself a house here in Jerusalem to live in, and don't leave the city. If you leave the city and go any further than Kidron Brook, you will be killed, and it will be your own fault." Shimei answered, "Yes, my king, I will obey you." So Shimei lived in Jerusalem for a long time. But 3 years later, 2 of Shimei's slaves ran away. They went to King Ashish of Gath, who was the son of Maacah. Shimei heard that his slaves were in Gath, so he saddled his donkey and went to King Ashish at Gath to find them. He found them there and brought them back home. But someone told Solomon that Shimei had left Jerusalem and gone to Gath and back. So Solomon sent for him and said, "I made you promise in the Lord, his name, not to leave Jerusalem. And I warned you that if you went anywhere, you would die. And you agreed to what I said. You said that you would obey me. So why didn't you obey me?" Why did you break your promise to the Lord? You know all the bad things you did to my father David. Now the Lord will punish you for it. But the Lord will bless me and keep David's throne before him forever." Then the king ordered Benaiah to kill Shimei, and he did. So Solomon had full control of his kingdom. First Kings 3. Solomon asks for wisdom. Solomon made a peace treaty with Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, by marrying his daughter. Solomon brought her to the city of David. This was when Solomon was still building his palace, the temple of the Lord, and the wall around Jerusalem. The temple to honor the Lord had not yet been finished, so people were still making animal sacrifices on altars at the high places. Solomon showed that he loved the Lord by obeying everything his father David told him to do, except that Solomon continued to go to the high places to offer sacrifices and to burn incense. King Solomon went to Gibeon to offer a sacrifice because that was the most important high place. He offered 1,000 burnt offerings on that altar. While Solomon was at Gibeon, the Lord came to him at night in a dream. God said, "Solomon, ask me what you want me to give you." Solomon answered, "You were very kind and loyal to your servant, my father David. He was faithful to you and lived a good, honest life. And you showed him the greatest kindness when you let his son take his place as king. Lord my God, you have made me the king in my father's place, but I am like a small child. I don't have the wisdom I need to do what I must do. I am your servant here among your chosen people. There are so many that they cannot be counted. So I ask you to give me the wisdom to rule and judge them well, and to help me know the difference between right and wrong. Without such great wisdom, it would be impossible to rule this great nation." The Lord was happy that Solomon asked for wisdom. So God said to him, "You did not ask for long life and riches for yourself. You did not ask for the death of your enemies. You asked for the wisdom to listen and make the right decisions. So I will give you what you asked for. I will make you wise and intelligent. I will make you wiser than anyone who ever lived or ever will live. And I will also give you what you did not ask for. You will have riches and honor all your life. There will be no other king in the world as great as you. And I will give you a long life if you follow me and obey my laws and commands as your father David did." Solomon woke up and knew that God had spoken to him in the dream. Then Solomon went to Jerusalem and stood before the box of the Lord's agreement. He offered a burnt offering and fellowship offerings to the Lord, and then gave a party for all of his officials. Proof of Solomon's wisdom. One day, 2 prostitutes came to Solomon and stood before the king. One of the women said, "Sir, this woman and I live in the same house. We were both pregnant and ready to give birth to our babies. I had my baby while she was there with me. 3 days later, she also gave birth to her baby. There was no one else in the house with us, just the 2 of us. One night, while this woman was asleep with her baby, the baby died. That night, while I was asleep, she took my son from my bed and carried him to her bed. Then she put the dead baby in my bed. In the morning, I woke up and was about to feed the baby when I saw he was dead. When I looked at him more closely, I saw that he was not my baby." But the other woman said, "No, the dead baby is yours, and the one still alive is mine." But the first woman said, "No, you are wrong. The dead baby is yours. The one that is still alive is mine." So the two women argued in front of the king. Then King Solomon said, "Each of you says that the living baby is your own, and that the dead baby belongs to the other woman." Then King Solomon sent his servant to get a sword. He told the servant, "Cut the living baby in two, and give 1/2 of the baby to each woman." The second woman said, "Yes, cut him in two. Then neither of us will have him." But the first woman, the real mother, loved her son and said to the king, "Please, sir, don't kill the baby. Give him to her." Then King Solomon said, "Stop. Don't kill the baby. Give him to this woman. She is the real mother." The people of Israel respected the king when they heard about this decision. They saw he had the wisdom of God to make the right decisions. First Kings 4. Solomon's kingdom. King Solomon ruled over all Israel. These are the names of his leading officials. Azariah, son of Zadok, was the priest. Elihoreph and Ahijah, sons of Shisha, had the job of writing notes about what happened in the courts. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, wrote notes about the history of the people. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was the commander of the army. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Azariah, son of Nathan, was in charge of the district governors. Zabud, son of Nathan, was a priest and an advisor to King Solomon. Ahishar was responsible for everything in the king's palace. Adoniram, son of Abda, was in charge of the slaves. Israel was divided into 12 districts. Solomon chose governors to rule over each district. These governors were ordered to gather food from their districts and give it to the king and his family. Each of the 12 governors was responsible for giving food to the king 1 month each year. These are the names of the 12 governors. Ben-Hur was governor of the hill country of Ephraim. Ben-Decker was governor of Makaz, Shalbim, Beth-Shemesh, and Elon-Bethanan. Ben-Hesed was governor of Arbath, Soko, and Hefer. Ben-Abinadab was governor of Naphoth Dor. He was married to Taphath, daughter of Solomon. Bana, son of Ahilud, was governor of Tanach and Megiddo, and all of Beth-Shean next to Zarethan. This was below Jezreel, from Beth-Shean to Abel-Maholah, across from Jokmeam. Ben-Geber was governor of Ramoth-Gilead. He was governor of all the towns and villages of Jair, son of Manasseh, in Gilead. He was also governor of the district of Argob in Bashan. In this area, there were 60 cities with big walls around them. These cities also had bronze bars on the gates. Ahinadab, son of Iddo, was governor of Mahanaim. Ahimaaz was governor of Naphtali. He was married to Basemath, the daughter of Solomon. Baana, son of Hushai, was governor of Asher and Aloth. Jehoshaphat, son of Paruah, was governor of Issachar. Shimei, son of Elah, was governor of Benjamin. Geber, son of Uri, was governor of Gilead. There had been 2 kings in this area, King Sihon of the Amorites and King Og of Bashan. But Solomon appointed only 1 governor for that district. In Judah and Israel, there were as many people as sand on the seashore. The people were happy and had plenty to eat and drink. Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines. His kingdom went as far as the border of Egypt. These countries sent gifts to Solomon, and they obeyed him all of his life. This is the amount of food that Solomon needed, each day for himself and for everyone who ate at his table. 150 bushels of fine flour, 300 bushels of flour, 10 cattle that were fed grain, 20 cattle that were raised in the fields, 100 sheep, wild animals such as deer, gazelles, roebucks, and game birds. Solomon ruled over all the countries west of the Euphrates River, from Tifsah to Gaza. And Solomon had peace along all the borders of his kingdom. During Solomon's life, everyone in Judah and Israel, all the way from Dan to Beersheba, lived in peace and security. The people were at peace, sitting under their own fig trees and grapevines. Solomon had places to keep 4,000 horses for his chariots, and he had 12,000 horse soldiers. And each month, one of the 12 district governors gave King Solomon everything he needed for all the people who ate at the king's table. The district governors also gave the king enough straw and barley for the chariot horses and the riding horses. Everyone brought this grain to the necessary places. Solomon's wisdom. God made Solomon very wise. Solomon could understand more than you can imagine. He was wiser than anyone in the East or in Egypt. He was wiser than anyone on earth, even Ethan the Ezrahite and the sons of Mahal, Heman, Calcol, and Darda. King Solomon became famous in all the surrounding countries. By the end of his life, he had written 3,000 proverbs and 1,005 songs. Solomon also knew very much about nature. He taught about many different kinds of plants, everything from the great cedar trees of Lebanon to the little vines that grow out of the walls. He also taught about animals, birds, and snakes. People from every nation came to listen to Solomon's wisdom. Kings all over the world sent their people to listen to him. First Kings 5. Solomon and Hiram. Hiram was the king of Tyre. He had always been David's friend. So when Hiram heard that Solomon had become the new king after David, he sent his servants to Solomon. This is what Solomon said to King Hiram. You remember that my father, King David, had to fight many wars all around him. So he was never able to build a temple to honor the Lord his God. King David was waiting until the Lord allowed him to defeat all his enemies. But now, the Lord my God has given me peace along all the borders of my country. I have no enemies, and my people are in no danger. The Lord made a promise to my father David. He said, I will make your son king after you, and he will build a temple to honor me. Now, I plan to build that temple to honor the Lord my God, and so I ask you to help me. Send your men to Lebanon to cut down cedar trees for me. My servants will work with yours. I will pay you any price that you decide as your servants' wages, but I need your help. Our carpenters are not as good as the carpenters of Sidon. Hiram was very happy when he heard what Solomon asked. He said, I praise the Lord today for giving David a wise son to rule this great nation. Then Hiram sent this message to Solomon. I heard what you asked for. I will give you all the cedar trees and the fir trees you want. My servants will bring them down from Lebanon to the sea. Then I will tie them together and float them down the shore to the place you choose. There, I will separate the logs, and you can take them from there. As payment for this, you will give food to all those who live in my palace. So Hiram gave Solomon all the cedar and fir logs that he wanted. Solomon gave Hiram about 120,000 bushels of wheat and about 120,000 gallons of pure olive oil every year for his family. the Lord made Solomon wise as he had promised. Hiram and Solomon made a treaty between themselves and were at peace with one another. King Solomon forced 30,000 men of Israel to help in this work. He chose a man named Adoniram to be in charge of them. Solomon divided the men into 3 groups, with 10,000 men in each group. Each group worked 1 month in Lebanon and then went home for 2 months. Solomon also forced 80,000 men to work in the hill country cutting stone. There were also 70,000 men to carry the stones. There were 3,300 men to supervise the workers. King Solomon commanded them to cut large, expensive stones for the foundation of the temple. Then Solomon and Hiram's builders and the men from Byblos carved the stones and prepared them and the logs for use in building the temple. First Kings 6. Solomon builds the temple. So in the month of Ziv, the 2nd month of the year, during Solomon's 4th year as king, he began work on the temple. This was 480 years after the Israelites left Egypt. The temple was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. The porch of the temple was 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide. The porch ran along the front of the main part of the temple itself. Its length was equal to the width of the temple. There were narrow windows in the temple. These windows were smaller on the inside of the wall than on the outside. Then Solomon built a row of rooms around the main part of the temple. This row of rooms was 3 stories tall, with the rooms built one above the other. The rooms touched the temple wall, but their beams were not built into that wall. The temple wall became thinner at the top, so the rooms on the upper floors were larger than the ones below them. The rooms on the bottom floor were 5 cubits wide. The rooms on the middle floor were 6 cubits wide. The rooms above that were 7 cubits wide. The stones were completely finished before they were brought into the temple area, so there was no noise of hammers, axes, or any other iron tools in the temple. The entrance to these rooms was on bottom floor at the south side of the temple. Inside, there were stairs that went up to the 2nd floor, and from there to the 3rd floor. Solomon finished building the main part of the temple and then covered it inside with cedar boards. Then he finished building the rooms around the temple. Each story was 5 cubits tall. The cedar beams in these rooms rested on a ledge of the temple wall. The Lord said to Solomon, "If you obey all my laws and commands, I will do for you what I promised your father David. I will live among the children of Israel in this temple that you are building, and I will never leave the people of Israel." When Solomon finished the stonework on the temple, the stone walls inside the temple were covered with cedar boards from floor to ceiling. Then the stone floor was covered with pine boards. They built an inner room 20 cubits long in the back part of the temple. This room was called the Most Holy Place. They covered the walls in this room with cedar boards, from floor to ceiling. In front of the Most Holy Place was the main part of the temple. This room was 40 cubits long. They covered the walls in this room with cedar boards. None of the stones in the walls could be seen. They carved pictures of flowers and gourds into the cedar. Solomon finished the inner room in the back part of the temple. This room was for the box of the Lord's agreement. This room was 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 20 cubits high. Solomon covered this room with pure gold. He also covered the cedar altar with gold. He covered the inside of the temple with pure gold and wrapped gold chains around it. The inside of the temple was covered with gold, and the altar in front of the most holy place was covered with gold. The workers made 2 statues of cherub angels with wings. They made the statues from olive wood and put them in the most holy place. Each angel was 10 cubits tall. Both cherub angels were the same size and built the same way. Each one had 2 wings. Each wing was 5 cubits long. From the end of one wing to the end of the other wing was 10 cubits, and each cherub angel was 10 cubits tall. They put the cherub angels beside one another in the most holy place. Their wings touched each other in the middle of the room. The other 2 wings touched each side wall. The 2 cherub angels were covered with gold. The walls around the main room and the inner room were carved with pictures of cherub angels, palm trees, and flowers. The floor of both rooms was covered with gold. The workers made 2 doors from olive wood. They put these doors at the entrance of the most holy place. The frame around the doors was made with 5 sides. They made the 2 doors from olive wood. The workers carved pictures of cherub angels, palm trees, and flowers on the doors. Then they covered the doors with gold. They also made doors for the entrance to the main room. They used olive wood to make a square door frame. There were 2 doors made from pine. Each door had 2 parts that folded together. They carved pictures of cherub angels, palm trees, and flowers on the doors. Then they covered them with gold. Then they built a wall around the inner yard. Each wall was made from 3 rows of cut stones and 1 row of cedar timbers. They started working on the Lord's temple in the month of Ziv, the 2nd month of the year. This was during Solomon's 4th year as king of Israel. The temple was finished in the month of Bul, the 8th month of the year, in Solomon's 11th year as king. It took 7 years to build the temple. It was built exactly as planned. First Kings 7. Solomon's Palace. King Solomon also built a palace for himself. It took 13 years to build Solomon's palace. He also built the building called the Forest of Lebanon. It was 100 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. It had 4 rows of cedar columns. On top of each column was a cedar capital. There were cedar beams going across the rows of columns. There were 15 beams for each section of columns, making a total of 45 beams. On top of these beams, there were cedar boards for the ceiling. There were 3 rows of windows across from each other on the side walls. There were 3 doors at each end. All the door openings and frames were square. Solomon also built the porch of columns. It was 50 cubits long and 30 cubits wide. Along the front of the porch, there was a covering supported by columns. He also built a throne room where he judged people. He called this the Judgment Hall. The room was covered with cedar from floor to ceiling. Behind the Judgment Hall was a courtyard. The palace where Solomon lived was built around that courtyard and looked like the Judgment Hall. He also built the same kind of palace for his wife, the daughter of the king of Egypt. All these buildings were made with expensive blocks of stone. The stones were cut to the right size with a saw and then smoothed on front and back. These expensive stones went from the foundation all the way up to the top layer of the wall. Even the wall around the yard was made with expensive blocks of stone. The foundations were made with large, expensive stones. Some of the stones were 10 cubits long and the others were 8 cubits long. On top of these stones, there were other expensive stones and cedar beams. There were walls around the palace yard and around the yard and porch of the Lord's temple. The walls were built with 3 rows of stone and 1 row of cedar timbers. King Solomon sent for a man named Huram, who lived in Tyre, and brought him to Jerusalem. Huram's mother was an Israelite from the tribe of Naphtali. His dead father was from Tyre. Huram made things from bronze. He was a very skilled and experienced builder. So King Solomon asked him to come, and Huram accepted. King Solomon put him in charge of all the bronze work, and Huram did all the work he was given to do. Huram made 2 bronze columns for the porch. Each column was 18 cubits tall and 12 cubits around. The columns were hollow, and their metal walls were 3 inches thick. He also made 2 bronze capitals that were 5 cubits tall. He put these capitals on top of the columns. He made 2 nets of chain to cover the capitals on top of the 2 columns. Then he made 2 rows of bronze pomegranates. He put the bronze pomegranates on the nets of each column to cover the capitals at the top of the columns. The capitals on top of the columns were shaped like flowers. The capitals were on top of the columns, above the bowl-shaped net. There were 200 pomegranates in rows all around the capitals. Huram put these 2 bronze columns at the porch of the temple. 1 column was put on the south side of the entrance, and 1 was put on the north side of it. The column on the south was named Jachin. The column on the north was named Boaz. They put the flower-shaped capitals on top of the columns, and the work on the 2 columns was finished. Then Huram melted bronze and poured it into a huge mold to make a tank, which was called the Sea. The tank was about 30 cubits around. It was 10 cubits across and 5 cubits deep. There was a rim around the outer edge of the tank. Under this rim, there were 2 rows of bronze gourds all around the tank. The bronze gourds were made in one piece as part of the tank. The tank rested on the backs of 12 bronze bulls. All 12 of the bulls were looking out, away from the tank. 3 were looking north, 3 east, 3 south, and 3 west. The sides of the tank were 3 inches thick. The rim around the tank was like the rim of a cup, or like the petals on a flower. The tank held about 11,000 gallons of water. Then Huram made 10 bronze carts. Each cart was 4 cubits long, 4 cubits wide, and 3 cubits high. The carts were made with square panels set in frames. On the panels and frames were bronze bulls, lions, and cherub angels. There were designs of flowers hammered into the bronze, above and below the bulls and lions. Each cart had 4 bronze wheels with bronze axles. At the corners, there were bronze supports for a large bowl. The supports had designs of flowers hammered into the bronze. There was a frame around the top with an opening for the bowl. The frame was 1 cubit tall, and the opening was 1.5 cubits in diameter. There were designs carved into the bronze on the frame. The frame was square, not round. There were 4 wheels under the frame. The wheels were 1.5 cubits in diameter. The axles between the wheels were made as one piece with the cart. The wheels were like the wheels on a chariot. Everything on the wheels, the axles, the rims, the spokes, and the hubs were made from bronze. There were supports at each of the 4 corners of the carts. They were made as one piece with the cart. There was a strip of bronze around the top of each cart. It was made as one piece with the cart. The sides of the cart and the frames had pictures of cherub angels, lions, and palm trees carved into the bronze. These pictures were carved all over the carts, wherever there was room, and there were flowers carved on the frame around the cart. Huram made 10 carts, and they were all the same. Each cart was made from bronze. The bronze was melted and poured into a mold, so all the carts were the same size and shape. Huram also made 10 bowls. There was 1 bowl for each of the 10 carts. Each bowl was 4 cubits across and could hold about 230 gallons. He put 5 carts on the south side of the temple and 5 carts on the north side. He put the large tank in the southeast corner of the temple. Huram also made pots, small shovels, and small bowls. He finished making all the things King Solomon wanted him to make. This is a list of the things that Huram made for the temple of the Lord: 2 columns, 2 capitals shaped like bowls for the top of the columns, 2 nets to go around the capitals, 400 pomegranates for the 2 nets, 2 rows of pomegranates for each net to cover the 2 bowls for the capitals on top of the columns, 10 carts with a bowl on each cart, the large tank with 12 bowls under it, the pots, small shovels, small bowls, and all the dishes for the Lord's temple. Huram made everything King Solomon wanted. They were all made from polished bronze. Solomon never weighed the bronze that was used to make these things. There was too much to weigh. So the total weight of all the bronze was never known. The king ordered these things to be made near the Jordan River between Succoth and Zarethan. They made them by melting the bronze and pouring it into molds in the ground. Solomon also commanded that all these things be made from gold for the temple: the golden altar, the golden table that held the special bread offered to God, the lampstands of pure gold, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north side in front of the most holy place, the gold flowers, lamps, and tongs, the pure gold bowls, lamp snuffers, small bowls, pans, and dishes for carrying coals, the gold hinges for the doors to the inner room, the most holy place, and for the doors to the main room of the temple. So King Solomon finished all the work he wanted to do for the Lord's temple. Then he took everything his father David had saved for this special purpose and put them in the temple. He put the silver and gold in the special storage rooms in the Lord's temple. First Kings 8. The box of the agreement in the temple. Then King Solomon told all the elders of Israel, the heads of the tribes, and the leaders of the families of Israel to come together in Jerusalem. Solomon wanted them to join in moving the box of the Lord's agreement from the city of David up to the temple. So during the special festival in the month of Ethanim, the 7th month of the year, all the men of Israel came to the meeting with King Solomon. When all the elders of Israel arrived, the priests and Levites carried the holy box of the Lord up to the temple. They also carried the meeting tent and all the holy things that were in it up to the temple. King Solomon and all Israel met together before the box of the agreement and sacrificed so many sheep and cattle that no one was able to count them all. The priests carried the box of the Lord's agreement to its proper place inside the most holy place in the temple, under the wings of the cherub angels. The wings of the cherub angels spread out over the holy box, and they covered the holy box and its carrying poles. The poles are still there today. They are too long for the most holy place, so anyone standing in the holy place can see the ends of the poles, although no one outside can see them. The only things inside the holy box are the 2 tablets that Moses put there at Mount Horeb. This is where the Lord made his agreement with the Israelites after they came out of Egypt. When the priests came out of the holy place, the cloud filled the Lord's temple. The priests could not continue their work because the temple was filled with the glory of the Lord. Then Solomon said, "The Lord caused the sun to shine in the sky, but he chose to live in a dark cloud. Now, Lord, I have built a beautiful temple for you, where you may live forever." Then King Solomon turned toward all the Israelites who were standing there and asked God to bless them. He prayed this long prayer to the Lord. "The Lord, the God of Israel, is great. He has done what he promised my father David. He told my father, 'I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, but I had not yet chosen a city from among the tribes of Israel for a temple to honor me, and I had not chosen a man to be leader over my people, Israel. But now I have chosen Jerusalem to be the city where I will be honored, and I have chosen David to rule over my people, Israel.' My father David wanted very much to build a temple to honor the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to my father, 'I know that you want very much to build a temple to honor me, and it is good that you want to build it. But you are not the one to build my temple. Your son will build my temple.' So the Lord has kept his promises. I am the king now in place of my father David. I rule the people of Israel as the Lord promised, and I have built the temple for the Lord, the God of Israel. I have made a place in the temple for the holy box. Inside that holy box is the agreement that the Lord made with our ancestors when he brought them out of Egypt." Then Solomon stood in front of the whole assembly of Israel and faced the Lord's altar. Solomon spread his hands and looked toward heaven and said, "Lord, God of Israel, there is no other God like you in heaven or on the earth. You keep the agreement that you made with your people. You are kind and loyal to those who follow you with all their heart. You made a promise to your servant, my father David, and you kept that promise. You made that promise with your own mouth, and with your own hands, you made it come true today. Now, Lord, God of Israel, keep the other promises you made to your servant David, my father. You said, 'David, if your sons carefully obey me as you did, you will always have someone from your family ruling the people of Israel.' Again, God of Israel, I ask you to keep the promise you made to your servant, my father David. But, God, will you really live here with us on the earth? The whole sky and the highest heaven cannot contain you. Certainly this temple that I built cannot contain you either. But please listen to my prayer and my request. I am your servant, and you are the Lord my God. Hear this prayer that I am praying to you today. In the past you said, I will be honored there. So please watch over this temple night and day, and please listen to my prayer as I turn toward this temple and pray to you. And please listen to our prayers in the future when I and your people, Israel, turn to this place and pray to you. We know that you live in heaven. We ask you to hear our prayer there and forgive us. Those who wrong others will be brought to this altar. If they are not guilty, they will make an oath and promise that they are innocent. Please listen from heaven and judge them. If they are guilty, please show us that they are guilty. And if they are innocent, please show us that they are not guilty. Sometimes your people Israel will sin against you, and their enemies will defeat them. Then the people will come back to you and praise you. They will pray to you in this temple. Please listen in heaven. Please listen to the prayers of your people Israel. Forgive them for their sins and let them have their land again. You gave this land to their ancestors. Sometimes they will sin against you, and you will stop the rain from falling on their land. Then they will pray toward this place and praise your name. You make them suffer, and they will be sorry for their sins. So please listen in heaven to their prayer. Then forgive us for our sins. Teach the people to live right. Then, Lord, please send rain to the land you gave them. The land might become very dry, and no food will grow on it. Or maybe a great sickness will spread among the people. Maybe all the food that is growing will be destroyed by insects. Or your people might be attacked in some of their cities by their enemies. Or many of your people might get sick. When any of these things happen, and people feel compelled in their hearts to spread their hands in prayer toward this temple, please listen to their prayer. Listen while you are in your home in heaven, and forgive them and help them. Only you know what people are really thinking, so only you can judge them fairly. Do this so that your people will fear and respect you all the time that they live in this land that you gave to our ancestors. People from other places will hear about your greatness and your power. They will come from far away to pray at this temple. From your home in heaven, please listen to their prayers. Please do everything the people from other places ask you. Then they will fear and respect you, the same as your people in Israel. Then all people everywhere will know that I built this temple to honor you. Sometimes you will command your people to go and fight against their enemies. Then your people will turn toward the city that you have chosen and the temple that I built in your honor, and they will pray to you, Lord. Please listen to their prayers from your home in heaven and help them. Your people will sin against you. I know this because everyone sins, and you will be angry with your people. You will let their enemies defeat them. Their enemies will make them prisoners and carry them to some faraway land. In that faraway land, your people will think about what happened. They will be sorry for their sins, and they will pray to you. They will say, "We have sinned and done wrong." They will be in that faraway land of their enemies, but they will turn back to you. They will feel sorry for their sins with their whole heart and soul. They will turn toward the land you gave their ancestors. they will look toward the city you chose and toward the temple I built, and they will pray to you. Please listen to their prayers from your home in heaven and do what is right. Forgive your sinful people for all the things they have done against you. Make their enemies be kind to them. Remember that they are your people and that you brought them out of Egypt. It was as if you saved them by pulling them out of a hot oven. Please listen to my prayers and to the prayers of your people, Israel. Listen to their prayers any time that they ask you for help. You have chosen them from all the peoples of the earth to be your own special people. Lord God, you promised to do that for us. You used your servant Moses to make that promise when you brought our ancestors out of Egypt. When Solomon prayed this prayer to the Lord, he was on his knees in front of the Lord's altar, and his arms were raised toward heaven. When he finished praying, he stood up. Then, in a loud voice, he asked God to bless all the people of Israel. Solomon said, "Praise the Lord. He promised to give rest to his people, Israel, and he has given us rest. He used his servant Moses and made many good promises to the people of Israel, and he has kept every one of them. I pray that the Lord our God will be with us, as he was with our ancestors. I pray that he will never leave us. I pray that we will turn to him and follow him. Then we will obey all the laws, decisions, and commands that he gave our ancestors. I pray that the Lord our God will always remember this prayer and what I have asked. I pray that he will do these things for his servant, the king, and for his people, Israel. I pray that he will do this every day. If he will do these things, all the people of the world will know that the Lord is the only true God. You people must be loyal and true to the Lord our God. You must always follow and obey all of his laws and commands. You must continue to obey in the future as you do now." Then King Solomon and all the Israelites with him offered sacrifices to the Lord. Solomon killed 22,000 cattle and 120,000 sheep as fellowship offerings to the Lord. In this way, the king and the people showed that they had dedicated the temple to the Lord. King Solomon also dedicated the yard right in front of the Lord's temple. He offered burnt offerings, grain offerings, and the fat from the animals that were used as fellowship offerings. King Solomon made these offerings there in the yard. He did this because the bronze altar in front of the Lord was too small to hold them all. So there, at the temple, King Solomon and all the people of Israel celebrated the festival. People came from as far away as Hamath Pass in the north and the border of Egypt in the south. This huge crowd of people ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves together with the Lord for 7 days. Then they stayed for another 7 days. They celebrated for a total of 14 days. The next day, Solomon told the people to go home. All the people thanked the king, said goodbye, and went home. They were happy because of all the good things that the Lord had done for David, his servant, and for his people, Israel. First Kings 9. God comes to Solomon again. So Solomon finished building the Lord's temple and his own palace. Solomon built everything that he wanted to build. Then the Lord appeared to Solomon again, just as he did at Gibeon. The Lord said to him, "I heard your prayer and what you asked me to do. You built this temple, and I have made it a holy place. So I will be honored there forever. I will watch over it and think of it always. You must serve me with a pure and honest heart, just as your father David did. You must obey my laws and do everything that I commanded you. If you do, I will make sure that your family will always rule Israel, just as I promised your father David when I told him that Israel would always be ruled by one of his descendants. But if you or your children stop following me and don't obey the laws and commands that I have given you, and if you serve and worship other gods, I will force Israel to leave the land that I have given to them. Israel will be an example to other people. Other people will make jokes about Israel. I made the temple holy. It is the place where people honor me, but I will tear it down. This temple will be destroyed. Everyone who sees it will be amazed. They will ask, 'Why did the Lord do this terrible thing to this land and to this temple?' People will say, 'This happened because they left the Lord their God. He brought their ancestors out of Egypt, but they decided to follow other gods. They worshipped and served those gods. That is why the Lord caused all these bad things to happen to them.' It took 20 years for King Solomon to build the Lord's temple in the king's palace. Hiram supplied Solomon with all the cedar, pine, and gold that he wanted. So Solomon gave him 20 cities in Galilee. So Hiram traveled from Tyre to see the cities that Solomon had given him. But Hiram was not pleased when he saw them. King Hiram said, 'What are these towns that you have given me, my brother?' King Hiram named that land the land of Kabul, and that area is still called Kabul today. Hiram had sent King Solomon about 9,000 pounds of gold to use in building the temple. King Solomon forced slaves to work for him to build the temple and his palace. Then he used these slaves to build many other things. He built the Millo and the city wall around Jerusalem. Then he rebuilt the cities of Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer. In the past, the king of Egypt had fought against the city of Gezer and burned it. He killed the Canaanites who lived there. When Solomon married Pharaoh's daughter, Pharaoh gave him that city as a wedding present. Solomon rebuilt Gezer and the city of Lower Beth Horon. He also built the cities of Baalath and Tamar in the Judean desert. He also built cities where he could store grain, and he built places for his chariots and his horses. King Solomon also built whatever he wanted in Jerusalem, Lebanon, and all the places he ruled. There were people left in the land who were not Israelites. There were Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. The Israelites had not been able to destroy them, but Solomon forced them to work for him as slaves. They are still slaves today. Solomon did not force any Israelites to be his slaves. The Israelites were soldiers, government officials, officers, captains, and chariot commanders and drivers. There were 550 supervisors over Solomon's projects. They supervised the men who did the work. Pharaoh's daughter moved from the city of David to the palace that Solomon had built for her. Then he built the Millo. 3 times each year, Solomon offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings on the altar that he built for the Lord. King Solomon also burned incense before the Lord and supplied what was needed for the temple. King Solomon also built ships at Etzion-Geber. This town is near Elath, on the shore of the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. King Hiram had some skilled sailors who knew the sea well. He sent them to serve in Solomon's navy and work with Solomon's men. Solomon's ships went to Ophir and brought back about 16 tons of gold for him. First Kings 10. The Queen of Sheba visits Solomon. The Queen of Sheba heard about Solomon, so she came to test him with hard questions. She traveled to Jerusalem with a very large group of servants. There were many camels carrying spices, jewels, and a lot of gold. She met Solomon and asked him all the questions that she could think of. Solomon answered all the questions. None of her questions was too hard for him to explain. The Queen of Sheba saw that Solomon was very wise. She also saw the beautiful palace he had built. She saw the food at the king's table. She saw his officials meeting together. She saw the servants in the palace and the good clothes they wore. She saw his parties and the sacrifices that he offered in the Lord's temple. She was so amazed, she could hardly breathe. Then she said to King Solomon, "The stories I heard in my country about your great works and your wisdom are true. I did not believe it until I came and saw it with my own eyes. Now I see that it is even greater than what I heard. Your wealth and wisdom are much greater than people told me. Your wives and officers are very fortunate because they serve you and hear your wisdom every day. Praise the Lord your God. He was pleased to make you king of Israel. Because of the Lord, his unending love for Israel, he has made you king to rule with justice and fairness." Then the Queen of Sheba gave King Solomon 4.5 tons of gold, a huge amount of spices, and precious stones. She gave him more spices than anyone has ever brought into Israel. Hiram's ships brought gold from Ophir. They also brought jewels and a special kind of wood. Solomon used this special wood to build supports in the temple and the palace, as well as harps and lyres for the singers. That was the last time such a large shipment of that kind of wood was brought to Israel. There hasn't been any seen around here since then. King Solomon gave the Queen of Sheba everything she asked for. He gave her more than she brought to give him. Then the Queen of Sheba and her servants left and went back to their own country. Solomon's great wealth. Every year, King Solomon received almost 25 tons of gold. In addition to the gold brought in by the traveling merchants and traders, all the kings of Arabia and the governors of the land also brought gold and silver to Solomon. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. He used about 15 pounds of gold for each shield. He also made 300 smaller shields of hammered gold. He used almost 4 pounds of gold for each shield. The king put them in the forest of Lebanon house. King Solomon also built a large throne with ivory decorations. It was covered with pure gold. There were 6 steps leading up to the throne. The back of the throne was round at the top. There were armrests on both sides of the throne, and there were lions in the sides of the throne under the armrests. There were also 2 lions on each of the 6 steps, 1 at each end. There was nothing like it in any other kingdom. All of Solomon's cups and glasses were made of gold, and all the dishes in the building called the Forest of Lebanon were made from pure gold. Nothing in the palace was made from silver. There was so much gold that in Solomon's time, people did not think silver was important. The king also had many cargo ships that he sent out to trade things with other countries. These were Hiram's ships. Every 3 years, the ships would come back with a new load of gold, silver, ivory, and apes and baboons. King Solomon became greater in riches and wisdom than any other king on earth. People everywhere wanted to see King Solomon and listen to the great wisdom that God had given him. Every year, people came to see the king and brought gifts made from gold and silver, clothes, weapons, spices, horses, and mules. Solomon had a great number of chariots and horses. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horse soldiers. He built special cities for these chariots. So the chariots were kept in these cities. King Solomon also kept some of the chariots with him in Jerusalem. The king made Israel very rich. In the city of Jerusalem, silver was as common as rocks, and cedar wood was as common as the many fig trees growing on the hills. Solomon brought horses from Egypt and Kuwait. His traders bought them in Kuwait and brought them to Israel. A chariot from Egypt cost about 15 pounds of silver, and a horse cost almost 4 pounds of silver. Solomon sold horses and chariots to the kings of the Hittites and the Arameans. First Kings 11. Solomon and his many wives. King Solomon loved many foreign women, including the daughter of Pharaoh, and women from Moab, Ammon, Edom, Sidon, and the Hittites. In the past, the Lord had said to the Israelites, "You must not marry people from other nations. If you do, they will cause you to follow their gods." But Solomon fell in love with these women. He had 700 wives who were the daughters of leaders from other nations. He also had 300 slave women who were like wives to him. His wives caused him to turn away from God. When Solomon was old, his wives caused him to follow other gods. So he did not follow the Lord completely as his father David did. Solomon worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of Sidon, and Milcom, the horrible god of the Ammonites. So Solomon did what the Lord said was wrong. He did not follow the Lord completely as his father David did. On the mountain next to Jerusalem, Solomon built a place for worshiping Chemosh, that horrible idol of the Moabites. On the same mountain, Solomon built a place for worshiping Moloch, that horrible idol of the Ammonites. Solomon did the same thing for all of his other foreign wives, who burned incense and gave sacrifices to their gods. So Solomon did not remain faithful to the Lord, the God of Israel, even though God had appeared to him twice. The Lord became angry with him. He had told Solomon that he must not follow other gods, but Solomon did not obey the Lord's command. So the Lord said to Solomon, "You have chosen to break your agreement with me. You have not obeyed my commands. So I promise that I will tear your kingdom away from you and give it to one of your servants. But I loved your father David, so I will not take your kingdom away from you while you are alive. I will wait until your son becomes king. Then I will take it from him. Still, I will not tear away all the kingdom from your son. I will leave him one tribe to rule. I will do this for my servant David and for Jerusalem, the city I chose." Solomon's enemies. Then the Lord raised up Hadad, the Edomite, to become Solomon's enemy. Hadad was from the royal family of Edom. This is how it happened. In the past, David fought against Edom. Joab was the commander of David's army. Joab went to Edom to bury his dead soldiers. While there, Joab killed all the Edomite men who were still alive. Joab and the men of Israel stayed in Edom for 6 months until they killed all the men of Edom. At the time, Hadad was only a young boy. He and some of his father's servants ran away to Egypt. They left Midian and went to Paran. In Paran, some other people joined them, and the whole group went to Egypt. They went to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and asked for help. Pharaoh gave Hadad a house, some land, and food to eat. Pharaoh liked Hadad so much that he gave Hadad a wife. She was Pharaoh's sister-in-law. Pharaoh's wife was Queen Tahpenes. Hadad and the sister of Tahpenes had a son named Genubath. Queen Tahpenes let Genubath grow up in Pharaoh's house with his children. In Egypt, Hadad heard that David had died and that Joab, the commander of the army, was dead. So Hadad said to Pharaoh, "Let me go home to my own country." But Pharaoh answered, "I have given you everything you need here. Why do you want to go back to your own country?" Hadad answered, "Please, just let me go home." God also raised up another man to become one of Solomon's enemies. This man was Rezon, son of Eliada. Rezon ran away from his master, King Hadadezer of Zobah. After David defeated the army of Zobah, Rezon gathered some men and became the leader of a small army. He went to Damascus and stayed there to rule from Damascus. Rezon became the king of Aram. He was an enemy of Israel throughout Solomon's life and added to the trouble that Hadad created for Israel. There was also another person who became an enemy of Solomon. He was Jeroboam, son of Nebat. He was an Ephraimite from the town of Zeradah. His mother was a widow named Zeruiah. He was one of Solomon's servants, but he rebelled against the king. This is the story about how Jeroboam turned against the king. Solomon was building the Millo and repairing the wall around the city of David, his father. Jeroboam was a free man. Solomon saw that this young man was a skilled worker, so he made him the supervisor over all the workers from the tribes that descended from Joseph. One day, as Jeroboam was leaving Jerusalem, the prophet Ahijah from Shiloh met him on the road. They were alone out in the country, and Ahijah was wearing a new coat. Ahijah took his new coat and tore it into 12 pieces. Then he said to Jeroboam, "Take 10 pieces of this coat for yourself, because the Lord, the God of Israel, says, I will tear the kingdom away from Solomon, and I will give you 10 of the tribes. I will let David's family keep only 1 tribe. I will do this because of my servant David and because of Jerusalem, the city that I chose from among all the tribes of Israel. I will take the kingdom from Solomon because he stopped following me and began worshiping Ashtoreth, the goddess of Sidon, Chemosh, the god of Moab, and Milcom, the god of the Ammonites. Solomon stopped following my ways and doing what I say is right. He does not obey my laws and commands, as his father David did. So I will take the kingdom away from Solomon's family. I chose David because he obeyed all my laws and commands. So for my servant David, I will let Solomon be the king for the rest of his life. But Jeroboam, I will take the 10 tribes away from his son and give them to you. I will let Solomon's son keep 1 tribe to rule over. I will do this for my servant David, so he will always have someone to rule near me in Jerusalem, the city that I chose to be my own. But I will make you king of Israel. You will rule over everything you want. If you live right and obey all my commands as David did, I will be with you and make your family a family of kings. just as I did for David. And you will have Israel as your kingdom. I will punish David's descendants because of what Solomon did, but not forever. Solomon's death. Solomon tried to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam ran away to Egypt. He went to King Shishak of Egypt and stayed there until Solomon died. Everything else Solomon did, from the beginning to the end, is written in the book, The History of Solomon. Solomon ruled in Jerusalem over all Israel for 40 years. Then he died and was buried in the city of David, his father. Then Solomon's son, Rehoboam, became the next king after him. First Kings 12. Civil War. Jeroboam, son of Nebat, was still in Egypt, where he had run away from Solomon. When he heard about Solomon's death, he returned to his city, Zeradah, in the hills of Ephraim. Rehoboam and all the Israelites went to Shechem to make him the king. The people said to Rehoboam, "Your father forced us to work very hard. Now, make it easier for us. Stop the heavy work that your father forced us to do, and we will serve you." Rehoboam answered, "Come back to me in 3 days, and I will answer you." So the people left. There were some older men who had helped Solomon make decisions when he was alive. So King Rehoboam asked these men what he should do. He said, "How do you think I should answer the people?" They answered, "If you are like a servant to them today, they will sincerely serve you. If you speak kindly to them, they will always work for you." But Rehoboam did not listen to the advice from the older men. He asked the young men who were his friends. Rehoboam asked them. The people said, "Give us easier work than your father gave us." How do you think I should answer them? What should I tell them? Then the young men who grew up with him answered, "Those people came to you and said, 'Your father forced us to work very hard. Now make our work easier.' So you should tell them, 'My little finger is stronger than my father's whole body. My father forced you to work hard, but I will make you work much harder. My father punished you with whips, but I will punish you with whips that have sharp metal tips." 3 days later, Jeroboam and all the people came back as Rehoboam had said. King Rehoboam did not listen to the advice from the older men, and he was rude to the people. He did what his friends told him to do, and said, "My father forced you to work hard, but I will make you work much harder. My father punished you with whips, but I will punish you with whips that have sharp metal tips." So the king did not do what the people wanted. The Lord caused this to happen. He did this in order to keep the promise he made to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, when he sent the prophet Ahijah from Shiloh to speak to him. The Israelites saw that the new king refused to listen to them, so they said to him, "We are not part of David's family, are we? We don't get any of Jesse's land, do we? So, people of Israel, let's go home and let David's son rule his own people." So the Israelites went home. But Rehoboam still ruled over the Israelites who lived in the cities of Judah. A man named Adoniram was one of the men who directed the workers. King Rehoboam sent Adoniram to talk to the people, but the Israelites threw stones at him until he died. King Rehoboam ran to his chariot and escaped to Jerusalem. So Israel rebelled against the family of David, and this is how things are even today. When all the Israelites heard that Jeroboam had come back, they called him to a meeting and made him king over all Israel. The tribe of Judah was the only tribe that continued to follow the family of David. Rehoboam went back to Jerusalem and gathered together an army of 180,000 men from the families of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin. Rehoboam wanted to go fight against the Israelites and take back his kingdom. But God spoke to a prophet named Shemaiah. He said, "Talk to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to men of Judah and Benjamin. Say to them, the Lord says that you must not go to war against your brothers. Everyone, go home. I made all this happen." So all the men in Rehoboam's army obeyed the Lord. They went home, just as the Lord had commanded. Jeroboam rebuilt the city of Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and lived there. Later, he went to the city of Penuel and rebuilt it. Jeroboam said to himself, "If the people keep going to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices at the Lord's temple, someday they will want to be ruled by their old masters. They will want to be ruled by King Rehoboam of Judah, and then they will kill me." So the king asked his advisors what to do. They gave him their advice, and King Jeroboam made 2 golden calves. He said to the people, "You don't have to go to Jerusalem to worship anymore. Israel, these are the gods that brought you out of Egypt." King Jeroboam put 1 golden calf in Bethel and the other one in the city of Dan. What a terrible sin this was, because the Israelites started going to the cities of Dan and Bethel to worship the calves. Jeroboam also built temples at the high places and chose priests from among the different tribes of Israel. He did not choose priests only from the tribe of Levi. Then King Jeroboam started a new festival that was like the festival in Judah, but it was on the 15th day of the 8th month. At this time, the king offered sacrifices on the altar at Bethel. He and the priests he chose offered the sacrifices to the calves that he had set up at the high places he had made. So King Jeroboam chose his own time for a festival for the Israelites, the 15th day of the 8th month. And during that time, he offered sacrifices and burned incense on the altar he had built at Bethel. First Kings 13. God speaks against Bethel. The Lord commanded a man of God from Judah to go to the city of Bethel. King Jeroboam was standing at the altar offering incense when the man of God arrived. The Lord had commanded the man of God to speak against the altar. He said, "Altar, the Lord says to you, David's family will have a son. His name will be Josiah. The priests of the high places are now burning incense on you, but Josiah will offer the priests on you and burn human bones on you. So you can never be used again." The man of God gave proof to the people that this would happen. He said, "This is the proof that the Lord told me about." He said, "This altar will break apart, and the ashes on it will fall onto the ground." When King Jeroboam heard the message from the man of God about the altar in Bethel, he took his hand off the altar and pointed at the man. He said, "Arrest that man." But when the king said this, his arm became paralyzed. He could not move it. Then the altar broke into pieces, and all its ashes fell onto the ground. This proved that what the man of God had said came from the Lord. Then King Jeroboam said to the man of God, "Please pray to the Lord your God for me. Ask him to heal my arm." So the man of God prayed to the Lord, and the king's arm was healed, as it was before. Then the king said to the man of God, "Please come home with me. Come and eat with me. I will give you a gift." But the man of God said to the king, "I will not go home with you, even if you give me half of your kingdom. I will not eat or drink anything in this place. The Lord commanded me not to eat or drink anything here. He also commanded me not to go back the same way I came." So he took a different road home. He did not go back the same way he came to Bethel. There was an old prophet living in Bethel. His sons came and told him what the man of God did in Bethel and what he said to King Jeroboam. The old prophet said, "Which way did he go when he left?" So the sons showed their father which road the man of God from Judah had taken. The old prophet told his sons to saddle his donkey. They put the saddle on the donkey, and the prophet left. The old prophet went after the man of God. He found him sitting under an oak tree and asked him, "Are you the man of God who just came from Judah?" The man of God answered, "Yes, I am." So the old prophet said, "Please come home and eat with me." But the man of God said, "I cannot go home with you. I cannot eat or drink anything in this place. The Lord said to me, 'You must not eat or drink anything in that place, and you must go back on a different road.'" The old prophet lied to him and said, "But I am a prophet like you, and an angel from the Lord came to me and told me to bring you home and give you something to eat and drink." So the man of God went to the old prophet's house and ate and drank with him. While they were sitting at the table, the Lord spoke to the old prophet, and the old prophet spoke to the man of God from Judah. He said, "The Lord said that you did not obey him. You did not do what he commanded. He told you not to eat or drink anything in this place, but you came back here and ate and drank. So your body will not be buried in your family grave." The man of God finished eating and drinking. Then the old prophet saddled the man's donkey for him, and the man left. On the way home, a lion attacked and killed the man of God. His body was lying on the road while the lion stood next to it. The donkey stood nearby. Some people came walking by and saw the body and the lion standing by it. They went into the city where the old prophet lived and told people what they had seen on the road. The old prophet heard the story and said, "This is the man of God who did not obey the Lord's command." So the Lord sent a lion to attack him. The lion has killed him, just as the Lord said would happen. Then the prophet told his sons to saddle his donkey, and they did so. The old prophet went to find the body lying on the road. The donkey and the lion were still standing near it. The lion had not eaten the body or hurt the donkey. The old prophet put the body on his donkey and carried it back to the city to cry for him and bury him. The old prophet buried the man in his own family grave. The old prophet cried for him and said, "Oh, my brother, I am sorry for you." So the old prophet buried the body. Then he said to his sons, "When I die, bury me in this same grave. Put my bones next to his." The Lord used him to speak against the altar at Bethel and against the high places in the other towns in Samaria. And what he said will certainly happen. King Jeroboam did not change. He continued doing evil. He continued to choose people from different tribes to serve as priests at the high places. Whoever wanted to be a priest was allowed to be one. This is the sin that caused the ruin and destruction of his kingdom. First Kings 14. Jeroboam's son dies. At that time, Jeroboam's son Abijah became very sick. Jeroboam said to his wife, "Go to Shiloh and see the prophet Ahijah. He is the one who said that I would become king of Israel. Dress yourself so that people will not know that you are my wife. Give the prophet 10 loaves of bread, some cakes, and a jar of honey. Then ask him, 'What will happen to our son?' And he will tell you." So the king's wife did what he said. She went to the home of Ahijah the prophet in Shiloh. Ahijah was very old and had become blind, but the Lord said to him, "Jeroboam's wife is coming to ask you about her son because he is sick. I will tell you what to say to her." When she came to Ahijah's house, she pretended to be someone else. But when Ahijah heard her coming to the door, he said, "Come in. I know who you are. You are Jeroboam's wife. Why are you pretending to be someone else? I have some bad news for you. Go back and tell Jeroboam that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Jeroboam, I chose you from among all the Israelites. I made you the ruler of my people. David's family was ruling the kingdom of Israel, but I took the kingdom away from them and gave it to you. But you are not like my servant David. He always obeyed my commands and followed me with his whole heart. He did only what I accepted. But you have sinned worse than anyone who ruled before you. You stopped following me and made other gods for yourself. You made those statues to make me angry. So Jeroboam, I will bring troubles to your family. I will kill all the men in your family. I will destroy your family completely, like fire burning up dung. Anyone from your family who dies in the city will be eaten by dogs, and anyone from your family who dies in the fields will be eaten by birds. The Lord has spoken." Then Ahijah said, "Now go home. Your son will die as soon as you enter the city. All Israel will cry for him. They will bury him, but he is the only one from Jeroboam's family who will be buried. This is because he is the only one in Jeroboam's family who pleased the Lord, the God of Israel. Soon, the Lord will put a new king over Israel who will destroy Jeroboam's family. Then the Lord will punish Israel. The Israelites will be so full of fear that they will shake like tall grass in the water. He will pull Israel up from this good land that he gave their ancestors. He will scatter them to the other side of the Euphrates River. The Lord will do this because the people made him angry when they built sacred poles. He will let the Israelites be defeated because Jeroboam sinned, and then he made the Israelites sin. Jeroboam's wife went back to Tirzah. As soon as she stepped into the house, the boy died. They buried him, and all the people of Israel cried for him. This happened just as the Lord said it would through his servant, the prophet Ahijah. The rest of what King Jeroboam did is written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. It includes the wars he fought and the way he ruled. Jeroboam ruled as king for 22 years. Then he died and was buried with his ancestors. His son Nadab became the new king after him, Rehoboam, king of Judah. Solomon's son Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king of Judah. Rehoboam ruled 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord chose for his own. He chose this city from all the other tribes of Israel. Rehoboam's mother was Naamah. She was an Ammonite. The people of Judah did things that the Lord considered evil. They made him angry with all their sins, more than any of their ancestors had done. They built high places, memorial stones, and sacred poles. They built them on every high hill and under every green tree. There were also men who served other gods by selling their bodies for sex. So the people of Judah were worse than the people who had lived in the land before them. And the Lord took the land away from those people to give it to the Israelites. In the 5th year that Rehoboam was king, King Shishak of Egypt came to attack Jerusalem. He took the treasures from the Lord's temple and from the king's palace. He even took the gold shields that David had taken from the officers of King Hadadezer of Aram and put on the walls of Jerusalem. King Rehoboam made more shields to put in their places, but they were made from bronze. He gave them to the guards on duty at the palace gates. Every time the king went to the Lord's temple, the guards took out the shields and went with him. After they were finished, they put the shields back on the wall in the guard room. The rest of what King Rehoboam did is written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. Rehoboam and Jeroboam were always fighting against each other. Rehoboam died and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David. His mother was Naamah. She was an Ammonite. Rehoboam's son, Abijah, became the next king after him. First Kings 15. Abijah, king of Judah. Abijah became the new king of Judah during the 18th year that Jeroboam son of Nebat ruled Israel. Abijah ruled in Jerusalem for 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah. She was Absalom's daughter. He did all the same sins that his father before him had done. Abijah was not faithful to the Lord his God. In this way, he was not like his grandfather, David. But for David's sake, the Lord gave Abijah a kingdom in Jerusalem and allowed him to have a son. He also kept Jerusalem safe. David had always done what the Lord said was right. He had always obeyed his commands. The only time David did not obey the Lord was when he sinned against Uriah the Hittite. Rehoboam and Jeroboam were always fighting against each other. The rest of what Abijah did is written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam during the whole time that Abijah was king. When Abijah died, he was buried in the city of David. Abijah's son Asa became the new king after him. Asa, king of Judah. During Jeroboam's 20th year as king over Israel, Asa became king of Judah. He ruled in Jerusalem for 41 years. His grandmother's name was Maacah, and she was the daughter of Absalom. Asa did what the Lord said is right, as his ancestor David did. During Asa's time, there were men who served other gods by selling their bodies for sex. Asa forced them to leave the country. He took away the idols that his ancestors had made. King Asa also took away the right of his mother Maacah to be queen mother. He did this because she had set up one of those awful Asherah poles. Asa cut down the pole and burned it in the Kidron Valley. Asa did not destroy the high places, even though he was faithful to the Lord all his life. Asa and his father had given some special gifts to God. Asa put these gifts of gold, silver, and other things in the Lord's temple. The whole time that King Asa was king of Judah, he fought a war against King Baasha of Israel. Once Baasha attacked Judah and then built up the city of Ramah to keep Asa from leaving Judah on any kind of military campaign. So Asa took gold and silver from the treasuries of the Lord's temple and the king's palace. He gave it to his officials and sent them to King Ben-Hadad of Aram. Ben-Hadad was the son of Tabrimmon. Tabrimmon was the son of Hezion. Damascus was Ben-Hadad's capital city. Asa sent this message: "My father and your father had a peace agreement. Now I want to make a peace agreement with you. I am sending you this gift of gold and silver. Please break your treaty with King Baasha of Israel and make him leave us alone." King Ben-Hadad made the agreement with King Asa and sent his army to fight against the Israelite towns of Ijon, Dan, Abel, Beth Makkah, the towns near Lake Galilee, and the area of Naphtali. When Baasha heard about these attacks, he stopped building up Ramah and went back to Tirzah. Then King Asa gave an order to all the men in Judah. Everyone had to help. They had to go to Ramah and carry out all the stone and wood that Baasha was using to build up the city. They carried the material to Geba in Benjamin and to Mizpah and used it to strengthen those two cities. All the other things about Asa, the great things he did and the cities he built, are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. When Asa became old, his feet became infected. He died and was buried in the city of David, his ancestor. Then Asa's son Jehoshaphat became the new king after him, Nadab, king of Israel. During Asa's second year as king of Judah, Jeroboam's son Nadab became king of Israel. Nadab ruled over Israel for 2 years. He did what the Lord said was wrong. He sinned just as his father Jeroboam did when he caused the Israelites to sin. Baasha was the son of Ahijah. They were from the tribe of Issachar. Baasha made a plan to kill King Nadab. Nadab and all Israel were fighting against the Philistine town of Gibbethon, and that is where Baasha killed Nadab. This happened during Asa's 3rd year as king of Judah, so Baasha became the next king of Israel. Baasha, king of Israel. When Baasha became the new king, he killed everyone in Jeroboam's family. He left no one in Jeroboam's family alive. This happened just as the Lord said it would when he spoke through his servant Ahijah at Shiloh. This happened because King Jeroboam had committed many sins and had caused the Israelites to sin. This made the Lord, the God of Israel, very angry. The other things that Nadab did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. All during the time that Baasha ruled over Israel, he was fighting wars against King Asa of Judah. Ahijah's son, Baasha, became king of Israel during the 3rd year that Asa ruled over Judah. Baasha ruled in Tirzah for 24 years, but he did what the Lord said was wrong. He did the same sins that Jeroboam had done that caused the Israelites to sin. First Kings 16. Then the Lord spoke against King Baasha through the prophet, Jehu son of Hanani. He said, I made you an important prince over my people Israel, but you have done the same things Jeroboam did. You have caused my people Israel to sin. Their sins have made me angry. So, Baasha, I will destroy you and your family, just as I did Jeroboam son of Nebat and his family. Dogs will eat the bodies of those in your family who die in the city, and wild birds will eat the bodies of those who die out in the fields. The rest of the story about Baasha and the great things he did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. Baasha died and was buried in Tirzah. His son Elah became the new king after him. That book also has the story of the time the Lord gave the message to Jehu the prophet about Baasha and his family. Baasha did many things the Lord said were wrong, just as Jeroboam and his family had done. This, and the fact that Baasha had killed everyone in Jeroboam's family, made the Lord very angry. Elah, king of Israel. Elah, son of Baasha, became king during the 26th year that Asa was the king of Judah. He ruled in Tirzah for 2 years. Zimri was one of King Elah's officers. Zimri commanded half of Elah's chariots, but Zimri plotted against Elah. King Elah was in Tirzah, drinking and getting drunk at Arza's home. Arza was the man in charge of the palace at Tirzah. Zimri went into the house and killed King Elah. Then Zimri became the new king of Israel after Elah. This was during the 27th year that Asa was king in Judah. Zimri, king of Israel. After Zimri became the new king, he killed all of Baasha's family and friends. He did not let any male in Baasha's family live. So Zimri destroyed Baasha's family, just as the Lord said he would when he spoke against Baasha through the prophet Jehu. This happened because of all the sins of Baasha and his son, Elah. They sinned, and they caused the Israelites to sin. They worshipped worthless idols, and this made the Lord angry. The rest of what that Elah did is written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. Zimri became king of Israel during the 27th year that Asa was king of Judah. Zimri ruled in Tirzah only 7 days. This is what happened. The army of Israel was at Gibbethon, which was under Philistine control. Omri was the commander of the army of Israel. The men in the camp heard that Zimri had made secret plans against the king and killed him. So in the camp, all the soldiers made Omri the new king. Then Omri and all the soldiers of Israel left Gibbethon and went to Tirzah. They surrounded the city and attacked it. When Zimri saw the city had been captured, he ran to the palace fortress, but the soldiers burned it down, with him still in it. So Zimri died because he sinned and did what the Lord said was wrong, just as Jeroboam did when he caused the Israelites to sin. The story about Zimri's secret plans and the other things that he did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. Omri, king of Israel. Then the Israelites were divided. Half of the people followed Tibni, the son of Ginath, and wanted to make him king. The other half of the people followed Omri. But Omri's followers were stronger than the followers of Tibni, son of Ginath. Tibni died, and Omri became king. Omri became king of Israel during Asa's 31st year as the king of Judah. Omri ruled over Israel for 12 years. 6 of those years he ruled from Tirzah. Then Omri bought the hill of Samaria from Shemer for about 150 pounds of silver. Omri built a city on that hill. He named the city Samaria after the name of its owner, Shemer. Omri did what the Lord said was wrong. He was worse than all the kings who were before him. He committed all the sins that Jeroboam son of Nebat had committed when he caused the Israelites to sin. They worshipped worthless idols, and this made the Lord, the God of Israel, very angry. The rest of the story about Omri and the great things he did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. Omri died and was buried in Samaria. His son Ahab became the new king after him. Ahab, king of Israel. Ahab, son of Omri, became king of Israel during the 38th year that Asa was king of Judah. Ahab ruled Israel from the town of Samaria for 22 years. He did what the Lord said was wrong. Ahab was worse than all the kings who were before him. It was not enough for Ahab to commit the same sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had done. Ahab also married Jezebel, daughter of King Ethbaal of Sidon. Then Ahab began to serve and worship Baal. He built a temple and an altar in Samaria for worshiping Baal. He also set up a sacred pole. Ahab did more to make the Lord, the God of Israel, angry than all the other kings who were before him. During Ahab's time, Heel from Bethel rebuilt the town of Jericho. When Heel started work on the city, his oldest son Abiram died. And when Heel built the gates of the city, his youngest son Segub died. This happened just as the Lord said. It would happen when he spoke through Joshua, son of Nun. First Kings 17. Elijah and the time without rain. Elijah was a prophet from the town of Tishbe in Gilead. He said to King Ahab, "I serve the Lord, the God of Israel. By his power, I promise that no dew or rain will fall for the next few years. The rain will fall only when I command it to fall." Then the Lord said to Elijah, "Leave this place and go east. Hide near Kerith Ravine, east of the Jordan River. You can get your water from that stream, and I have commanded ravens to bring food to you there." So Elijah did what the Lord told him to do. He went to live near Kerith Ravine, east of the Jordan River. Ravens brought Elijah food every morning and every evening, and he drank water from the stream. There was no rain, so after a while, the stream became dry. Then the Lord said to Elijah, "Go to Zarephath in Sidon and stay there. There is a widow there that I commanded to take care of you." So Elijah went to Zarephath. He went to the town gate and saw a woman there gathering wood for a fire. She was a widow. Elijah said to her, "Would you bring me a small cup of water to drink?" As she was going to get the water, Elijah said, "Bring me a piece of bread too, please." The woman answered, "I promise you, before the Lord your God, that I have nothing but a handful of flour in a jar and a little bit of olive oil in a jug. I came here to gather a few pieces of wood for a fire to cook our last meal. My son and I will eat it and then die from hunger." Elijah said to the woman, "Don't worry. Go home and cook your food as you said. But first, make a small piece of bread from the flour that you have and bring it to me. Then cook some for yourself and your son. The Lord, the God of Israel, says, 'That jar of flour will never be empty, and the jug will always have oil in it. This will continue until the day the Lord sends rain to the land.'" So the woman went home and did what Elijah told her to do. And Elijah, the woman, and her son had enough food for a long time. The jar of flour and the jug of oil were never empty. This happened just as the Lord said through Elijah. Sometime later, the woman's son became sick. He became worse and worse until he stopped breathing. Then the woman said to Elijah, "You are a man of God. Can you help me? Or did you come here only to remind me of my sins and to make my son die?" Elijah said to her, give me your son." He took the boy from her and carried him upstairs. He laid him on the bed in the room where he was staying. Then Elijah cried out to the Lord. He said, "Lord my God, this widow is letting me stay in her house. Will you do this bad thing to her? Will you cause her son to die?" Then Elijah lay on top of the boy 3 times. He prayed, "Lord my God, let this boy live again." The Lord answered Elijah's prayer. The boy began breathing again and was alive. Elijah carried the boy downstairs, gave him to his mother, and said, "Look, your son is alive." The woman answered, "Now I know that you really are a man from God. I know that the Lord really speaks through you." First Kings 18. Elijah and the prophets of Baal. During the 3rd year that no rain fell, the Lord said to Elijah, "Go meet with King Ahab, and I will make it rain." So Elijah went to meet with Ahab. The famine was very bad in Samaria, so King Ahab told Obadiah to come to him. Obadiah was the man in charge of the king's palace. Obadiah was a true follower of the Lord. One time when Jezebel was killing all the Lord's prophets, Obadiah hid 100 prophets in 2 caves. He put 50 prophets in one cave and 50 prophets in another cave. Then he brought them food and water. King Ahab said to Obadiah, "Come with me. We will look at every spring and every stream in the land. We will see if we can find enough grass to keep our horses and mules alive. Then we will not have to kill our animals." They decided where each of them would go to look for water. Ahab went in one direction by himself, and Obadiah went in another direction by himself. As Obadiah was walking along the road by himself, he looked up, and there was Elijah. Obadiah recognized him and bowed down to show his respect. He said, "Elijah, is it really you, Master?" Elijah answered, "Yes, it is me. Now go and tell your master, the king, that I am here." Obadiah said, "If I tell Ahab that I know where you are, he will kill me. I have done nothing wrong to you. Why do you want me to die? As surely as the Lord your God lives, the king has been looking for you everywhere. He has sent people to every country to find you. He even made the rulers of those countries swear that you were not there. Now, you want me to go and tell him that you are here. If I go, tell King Ahab that you are here, the Spirit of the Lord might carry you away. Then, when King Ahab comes here and cannot find you, he will kill me. I have followed the Lord since I was a boy. Surely you have heard what I did when Jezebel was killing the Lord's prophets. I hid 100 of the Lord's prophets in caves. I put 50 prophets in one cave and 50 in another. I brought them food and water. Now, you want me to go and tell the king that you are here. The king will kill me." Elijah answered, "I serve the Lord all-powerful. As surely as he lives, I promise that I will stand before the king today." So Obadiah went to King Ahab and told him where Elijah was. King Ahab went to meet Elijah. When Ahab saw Elijah, he said, "Is that really you, the troublemaker of Israel?" Elijah answered, "I have not made trouble for Israel. You and your father's family caused all the problems when you stopped obeying the Lord's commands and began following the false gods. Now tell all the people of Israel to meet me at Mount Carmel. Also, bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of the goddess Asherah, who get their support from Queen Jezebel." So Ahab called all the Israelites and those prophets to Mount Carmel. Elijah came to all the people and said, "You must decide what you are going to do. How long will you keep jumping from one side to the other? If the Lord is the true God, follow him. But if Baal is the true God, then follow him." The people said nothing. So Elijah said, "I am the only prophet of the Lord here, but there are 450 prophets of Baal. So bring us 2 bulls. Let the prophets of Baal have 1 bull. Let them kill it, cut it into pieces, and then put the meat on the wood. But don't start the fire. I will do the same with the other bull, and I will not start the fire either. Prophets of Baal, pray to your God, and I will pray to the Lord. Whichever God answers the prayer and starts the fire is the true God." All the people agreed that this was a good idea. Then Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, "There are many of you, so you go first. Choose a bull and prepare it, but don't start your fire." So the prophets took the bull that was given to them and prepared it. They started praying to Baal and prayed until noon. They said, "Baal, please answer us." But there was no sound. No one answered. Then they began jumping around on the altar they had built. At noon, Elijah began to make fun of them. He said, "If Baal really is a god, maybe you should pray louder. Maybe he is busy. Maybe he is thinking about something. Or maybe he stepped out for a moment. He could be sleeping. Maybe you should pray louder and wake him up." So the prophets prayed louder. They cut themselves with swords and spears. This was the way they worshipped. They cut themselves until they were bleeding all over. The afternoon passed, but the fire still had not started. The prophets were out of control and continued to act this way until the time came for the evening sacrifice. But nothing happened. There was no answer from Baal. There was no sound. There was no one listening. Then Elijah said to all the people, "Now come here." So they gathered around Elijah. The Lord's altar had been torn down, so Elijah repaired it. Elijah found 12 stones. There was 1 stone for each of the 12 tribes. These 12 tribes were named for the 12 sons of Jacob, the man who the Lord had named Israel. Elijah used these stones to repair the altar to honor the Lord. He dug a small ditch around the altar. It was wide enough and deep enough to hold about 4 gallons of water. Then Elijah put the wood on the altar. He cut the bull into pieces and laid the pieces on the wood. Then he said, "Fill 4 jars with water. Pour the water on the pieces of meat and on the wood." Then Elijah said, "Do it again." Then he said, "Do it a 3rd time." The water ran down off the altar and filled the ditch. At about the time for the afternoon sacrifice, the prophet Elijah approached the altar and prayed, "Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, I ask you now to prove that you are the God of Israel, and that I am your servant. Show these people that it was you who commanded me to do all these things. Lord, answer my prayer. Show these people that you, Lord, are God, and that you are the one who is bringing them back to you." Then fire came down from the Lord and burned the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the ground around the altar. Then it dried up all the water in the ditch. All the people saw this happen and bowed down to the ground and began saying, "The Lord is God. The Lord is God." Then Elijah said, "Get the prophets of Baal. Don't let any of them escape." So the people captured all the prophets. Then Elijah led them down to Kishon Creek and killed them all. The rain comes again. Then Elijah said to King Ahab, Now go eat and drink. A heavy rain is coming." So King Ahab went to eat. At the same time, Elijah climbed to the top of Mount Carmel. At the top of the mountain, Elijah bent down. He put his head between his knees. Then Elijah said to his servant, "Go up higher and look toward the sea." The servant went and looked. He came back and said, "I saw nothing." Elijah told him to go look again. This happened 7 times. The 7th time, the servant came back and said, "I saw a small cloud the size of a man's fist that was coming in from the sea." Elijah told the servant, "Go tell King Ahab to get his chariot ready and go home now. If he does not leave now, the rain will stop him." After a short time, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The wind began to blow, and a heavy rain began to fall. Ahab got in his chariot and started back to Jezreel. The power of the Lord came to Elijah. He used his belt to hold up the bottom of his robe away from his feet. Then he ran ahead of King Ahab all the way to Jezreel. First Kings 19. Elijah at Mount Horeb, Sinai. King Ahab told Jezebel everything that Elijah did and how Elijah had killed all the prophets of Baal with a sword. So Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah and said, "I swear that by this time tomorrow you will be just as dead as those prophets. If I don't succeed, may the gods do the same or worse to me." When Elijah heard this, he was afraid, so he ran away to save his life. He took his servant with him, and they went to Beersheba in Judah. Then Elijah left his servant in Beersheba and walked for a whole day into the desert. Then he sat down under a bush and asked to die. He said, "I have had enough, Lord. Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors." Then Elijah lay down under the bush and went to sleep. An angel came to him and touched him. The angel said, "Get up and eat." Elijah looked around, and by his head there was a cake that had been baked over coals and a jar of water. He ate and drank, and then went back to sleep. Later, the Lord's angel came to him again, touched him, and said, "Get up and eat. If you don't, you will not be strong enough to make the long trip." So Elijah got up. He ate and drank and felt strong. Then Elijah walked for 40 days and nights to Mount Horeb, the mountain of God. There, Elijah went into a cave and spent the night. Then the Lord said to him, "Elijah, why are you here?" Elijah answered, "Lord God, all-powerful, I have always served you the best I can, but the Israelites have broken their agreement with you. They destroyed your altars and killed your prophets. I am the only prophet left alive, and now they are trying to kill me." Then the Lord said to Elijah, "Go, stand in front of me on the mountain. I, the Lord, will pass by you." Then a very strong wind blew. The wind caused the mountains to break apart. It broke large rocks in front of the Lord. But that wind was not the Lord. After that wind, there was an earthquake. But that earthquake was not the Lord. After the earthquake, there was a fire. But that fire was not the Lord. After the fire, there was a quiet, gentle voice. When Elijah heard the voice, he used his coat to cover his face and went to the entrance to the cave and stood there. Then a voice said to him, "Elijah, why are you here?" Elijah said, "Lord God, all-powerful, I have always served you the best that I can, but the Israelites broke their agreement with you. They destroyed your altars and killed your prophets. I am the only prophet left alive, and now they are trying to kill me." The Lord said, "Go back. Take the road that leads to the desert around Damascus. Go into Damascus and anoint Hazael as king over Aram. Then anoint Jehu, son of Nimshi, as king over Israel. Next, anoint Elisha, son of Shaphat, from Abel-Meholah. He will be the prophet who takes your place. Jehu will kill anyone who escapes Hazael's sword, and Elisha will kill anyone who escapes from Jehu's sword. I still have 7,000 people in Israel who have never bowed down to Baal or kissed that idol. Elisha becomes a prophet. So Elijah left that place and went to find Elisha, son of Shaphat. Elisha was plowing 12 acres of land and was working on the last acre when Elijah came. Elijah went to Elisha and put his coat on Elisha. Elisha immediately left his oxen and ran after Elijah. Elisha said, "Let me kiss my mother and father goodbye, then I will follow you." Elijah answered, "You can do that. I will not stop you." Elisha turned away from him and went back. He killed the oxen and used the yoke for firewood. He boiled the meat, gave it to the people, and they all ate together. Then Elisha went to follow Elijah and became his helper. First Kings 20. Ben-Hadad and Ahab go to war. King Ben-Hadad of Aram gathered his army together. There were 32 kings with him and many horses and chariots. They surrounded Samaria and attacked it. The king sent messengers to King Ahab of Israel, who was inside the city. The message was, "Ben-Hadad says, 'Your silver and your gold are mine, and so are the best of your wives and children.'" The king of Israel answered, "Yes, my lord and king, I am yours now, and everything I have belongs to you." Then the messengers came back to Ahab. They said, "Ben-Hadad says, 'I told you before that all of your silver and gold and your wives and children belong to me. So give them to me. Tomorrow I will send my men to search through your house and through the houses of your officials. Give my men all of your valuables, and they will bring them back to me." So King Ahab called a meeting of all the elders of his country and said, "Look, Ben-Hadad is looking for trouble. First, he told me that I must give him my wives and children and my silver and gold. I agreed to give them to him. But the elders and all the people said, 'Don't obey him or do what he says.' So Ahab sent a message to Ben-Hadad that said, 'I will do what you said at first, but I cannot obey your second command.' King Ben-Hadad's men carried the message to the king. Then they came back with another message from Ben-Hadad that said, 'I will completely destroy Samaria. I promise that there will be nothing left of that city. There will not be enough of that city left for my men to find any souvenirs to take home. May the gods destroy me if I don't do this.' King Ahab answered, 'Tell Ben-Hadad that the man who puts on his armor should not boast as much as the man who lives long enough to take it off.' King Ben-Hadad was drinking in his tent with the other rulers when the messengers came back and gave him the message from King Ahab. King Ben-Hadad commanded his men to prepare to attack the city, so the men moved into their places for the battle. Then a prophet went to King Ahab and said, 'King Ahab, the Lord says to you, do you see that great army? I will defeat that army for you today. Then you will know that I am the Lord.' Ahab said, 'Who will you use to defeat them?' The prophet answered, 'The Lord says, the young men who carry the weapons for the government officials.' Then the king asked, 'Who should command the main army?' The prophet answered, 'You will.' So Ahab gathered the young helpers of the government officials. There were 232 of these young men. Then the king called together the army of Israel. The total number was 7,000. King Ahab began his attack at noon, while King Ben-Hadad and the 32 kings were drinking and getting drunk in their tents. The young helpers went out first. King Ben-Hadad's men told him that some soldiers had come out of Samaria. So Ben-Hadad said, "They might be coming to fight, or they might be coming to ask for peace. Capture them alive." The young men of King Ahab were the first to come out, but the rest of the army of Israel was following them. Each of the men of Israel killed the man who had come against him. So the men from Aram began to run away, and the army of Israel chased them. King Ben-Hadad escaped on a horse with the chariots. King Ahab led the army and attacked all the horses and chariots. So King Ahab made the Arameans suffer a great defeat. Then the prophet went to King Ahab and said, "The king of Aram will come back to fight again next spring. So go back and strengthen your army and make careful plans to defend yourself against him." Ben-Hadad attacks again. King Ben-Hadad's officers said to him, "The gods of Israel are mountain gods. We fought in a mountain area, so the Israelites won. If we fight them on level ground, we will win. Also, don't let the 32 kings command the armies. Put your commanders in charge of the armies. Let's gather an army like the one that was destroyed. Gather as many men, horses, and chariots as before, and fight the Israelites on level ground. Then we will win." Ben-Hadad followed their advice and did what they said. So in the spring, Ben-Hadad gathered the men of Aram and went to Aphek to fight against Israel. The Israelites also prepared for war and went to fight the army of Aram. They made their camp opposite the camp of Aram. The Aramean soldiers filled the land, but Israel's army looked like 2 small flocks of goats. A man of God came to the king of Israel with this message. The Lord said, "The people of Aram said that I, the Lord, am a God of the mountains and not a God of the valleys. So I will let you defeat this great army. Then all of you will know that I am the Lord wherever you are." The armies were camped across from each other for 7 days. On the 7th day, the battle began. The Israelites killed 100,000 Aramean soldiers in 1 day. The survivors ran away to the city of Aphek. The wall of the city fell on 27,000 of those soldiers. Ben-Hadad also ran away to the city and hid in a room. His servants said to him, "We heard that the kings of Israel are merciful. Let's dress in rough cloth with ropes on our heads. Then let's go to the king of Israel. Maybe he will let us live." They dressed in rough cloth with ropes on their heads. They came to the king of Israel. They said, "Your servant, Ben-Hadad, says, 'Please let me live.'" Ahab said, "Is he still alive? He is my brother." Ben-Hadad's men wanted King Ahab to say something to show that he would not kill King Ben-Hadad. When Ahab called Ben-Hadad his brother, the advisors quickly said, "Yes, Ben-Hadad is your brother." Ahab said, "Bring him to me." So Ben-Hadad came to King Ahab. King Ahab asked him to get in the chariot with him. Ben-Hadad said to him, "Ahab, I will give you the towns that my father took from your father, and you can put shops in Damascus, as my father did in Samaria." Ahab answered, "If you agree to this, I will let you go free." So the 2 kings made a peace agreement. Then King Ahab let King Ben-Hadad go free. a prophet speaks against Ahab. One of the prophets told another prophet, "Hit me." He said that because the Lord had commanded it. But the other prophet refused to hit him. So the first prophet said, "You did not obey the Lord's command, so a lion will kill you when you leave this place." When the second prophet left, a lion killed him. The first prophet went to another man and said, "Hit me." This man hit him and hurt the prophet. So the prophet wrapped his face with a cloth. This way, no one could see who he was. The prophet went and waited for the king by the road. The king came by, and the prophet said to him, "I went to fight in the battle. One of our men brought an enemy soldier to me." The man said, "Guard this man. If he runs away, you will have to give your life in his place, or you will have to pay a fine of 75 pounds of silver." While I was busy doing other things, the man ran away. The king of Israel answered, "You admitted that you are guilty, so you know the answer. You must do what the man said." Then the prophet quickly took the cloth from his face, and the king of Israel saw that he was one of the prophets. Then the prophet said to the king, "The Lord says to you, you set free the man I said should die. So you will take his place. You and your people will die." Then the king went back home to Samaria. He was worried and upset. First Kings 21. Naboth's vineyard. There was a vineyard near King Ahab's palace in Samaria. A man from Jezreel named Naboth owned it. One day Ahab said to Naboth, "Give me your vineyard that is near my palace. I want to make it a vegetable garden. I will give you a better vineyard in its place. Or if you prefer, I will pay you for it." Naboth answered, "By the Lord, I will never give my land to you. This land belongs to my family." So Ahab went home angry and upset, because Naboth told him, "I will not give you my family's land." Ahab went to bed, turned away from everyone, and refused to eat. His wife Jezebel went to him and asked him, "Why are you upset? Why do you refuse to eat?" Ahab answered, "I asked Naboth from Jezreel to give me his vineyard. I told him that I would pay him the full price, or, if he preferred, I would give him another vineyard. But he refused to give it to me." Jezebel answered, "But you are the king over Israel. Get out of bed and eat something, and you will feel better. I will get Naboth's vineyard for you." Then Jezebel wrote some letters. She signed Ahab's name to them and used his seal to seal the letters. Then she sent them to the elders and important men who lived in the same town as Naboth. This is what the letter said: "Announce that there will be a day of fasting when the people will eat nothing. Then call all the people of the town together for a meeting. At the meeting, we will talk about Naboth. Find some men who will tell lies about Naboth. They should say that they heard Naboth speak against the king and against God. Then take Naboth out of the city and kill him with stones." So the elders and important men of Jezreel obeyed the command. The leaders announced that there would be a day when all the people would eat nothing. On that day, they called all the people together for a meeting. They put Naboth in a special place before the people. Then 2 men told the people that they heard Naboth speak against God and the king. So the people carried Naboth out of the city and killed him with stones. Then the leader sent a message to Jezebel that said, Naboth, has been killed." When Jezebel heard this, she said to Ahab, "Naboth is dead. Now you can go and take the vineyard that you wanted." So Ahab went to the vineyard and took it for his own. Then the Lord spoke to Elijah, the prophet from Tishbe. "Go to King Ahab in Samaria. He will be at Naboth's vineyard. He is there to take the vineyard as his own. Tell Ahab that I, the Lord, say to him, 'Ahab, you killed the man Naboth, and now you are taking his land. So I, the Lord, tell you this: where the dogs licked up the blood of Naboth, they will lick up your blood as well.'" So Elijah went to Ahab. When Ahab saw him, he said, "Well, my enemy has found me again." Elijah answered, "Yes, I found you, because you have again sold yourself out to do what the Lord says is evil. So this is what he says to you: I will make something bad happen to you. I will kill you and every male in your family. I will destroy your family, just as I destroyed the families of King Jeroboam, son of Nebat, and King Baasha. I will do this to you because you have made me angry, and you have caused the Israelites to sin. The Lord also says this about your wife Jezebel. Dogs will eat the body of Jezebel by the wall of the city of Jezreel. As for the family of Ahab, whoever dies in the city will be eaten by dogs, and whoever dies in the fields will be eaten by birds." So Ahab sold himself out to do what the Lord says is evil. There is no one who did as much evil as Ahab and his wife Jezebel, who caused him to do these things. Ahab committed the terrible sin of worshiping those filthy idols, just as the Amorites did. And that is why the Lord took the land from them and gave it to the Israelites. When Ahab heard what Elijah said, he tore his clothes to show how sad he was. Then he put on sackcloth and refused to eat. He even slept in these clothes. He was very sad and upset. The Lord said to the prophet Elijah from Tishbe, "Look, Ahab has humbled himself before me, so I will not make that disaster happen during his lifetime. I will wait until his son is king. Then I will destroy his family." First Kings 22. Micaiah warns King Ahab. For the next 2 years, there was peace between Israel and Aram. Then, during the 3rd year, King Jehoshaphat of Judah went to visit King Ahab of Israel. Ahab asked his officials, "Remember when the king of Aram took Ramoth-Gilead from us? That city is ours. So why have we done nothing to get it back?" So Ahab asked King Jehoshaphat, "Will you join with us to go fight the Arameans at Ramoth-Gilead?" Jehoshaphat answered, "Yes, you and I will be as one. My men and my horses will be as yours. But first, let's ask the Lord for advice." So Ahab called a meeting of the prophets. There were about 400 prophets at that time. Ahab asked the prophets, "Should I go and attack the Arameans at Ramoth-Gilead or not?" The prophets answered Ahab, "Yes, because the Lord will let you defeat Ramoth-Gilead." But Jehoshaphat said, "Doesn't the Lord have another prophet here? Let's ask him the same question." King Ahab answered, "Yes, there is another prophet. His name is Micaiah, son of Imlah. But I hate him because he will not say anything good about me when he speaks for the Lord. He always says things that I don't like." Jehoshaphat said, "The king should not say that." So King Ahab told one of his officers to go and find Micaiah. At that time, the two kings were sitting in their thrones with their royal robes on at the judgment place near the gates of Samaria. All the prophets were standing before them, prophesying. One of the prophets was named Zedekiah, son of Kenaiah. Zedekiah made some iron horns and said to Ahab, "The Lord says, you will use these iron horns to fight against the army of Aram. You will defeat them and destroy them." All the other prophets agreed with Zedekiah and said, "Your army should march now to go fight against the Arameans at Ramoth Gilead. You will win the battle. The Lord will let you defeat them." While this was happening, the officer went to find Micaiah. When he found him, the officer told him, "All the other prophets have said that the king will succeed, so you should say the same thing." But Micaiah answered, "As surely as the Lord lives, I can say only what the Lord says." Micaiah went and stood before King Ahab. The king asked him, "Micaiah, should we go and attack the Arameans at Ramoth Gilead or not?" Micaiah answered, "Yes, go and be successful. The Lord will let you take the city." But Ahab answered, "How many times do I have to tell you? Tell me the truth. What does the Lord say?" So Micaiah answered, "I can see the army of Israel scattered all over the hills, like sheep with no one to lead them. This is what the Lord says. These men have no leaders. Let them go home in peace." Then Ahab said to Jehoshaphat, "See, I told you. This prophet never says anything good about me. He always says something bad." But Micaiah said, "Listen to this message from the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne. All of heaven's army was standing around him, some on his left side and some on his right side." The Lord said, "Which of you will go fool Ahab into attacking the Arameans at Ramoth Gilead so that he will be killed?" The angels discussed many different plans. Then a spirit went and stood before the Lord and said, "I will fool him." The Lord asked, "How will you do it?" The spirit answered, "I will go to Ahab's prophets and cause them to tell lies." So the Lord said, "Yes, that will fool Ahab. Go out and do that." So that is what has happened here. The Lord made your prophets lie to you. The Lord himself decided to bring this disaster to you. Then the prophet Zedekiah went to Micaiah and hit him on the face. Zedekiah said, "How is it that the Spirit of the Lord left me to speak through you?" Micaiah answered, "Look, what I said will happen, and you will see it one day when you are in a secret room somewhere hiding." Then King Ahab ordered one of his officers to arrest Micaiah. Ahab said, "Arrest him and take him to Amon, the governor of the city, and Prince Joash. Tell them to put Micaiah in prison. Give him nothing but bread and water to eat. Keep him there until I come home from the battle." Micaiah said, "Listen to me, everyone. Ahab, if you come back alive from the battle, the Lord has not spoken through me." The battle at Ramoth Gilead. King Ahab of Israel and King Jehoshaphat of Judah went to fight the Arameans at Ramoth Gilead. Ahab said to Jehoshaphat, "Disguise yourself when you go into battle, but wear your own clothes, and I will disguise myself." The king of Israel went into battle dressed like an ordinary soldier. The king of Aram had 32 chariot commanders. He gave them this command: "Don't go after anyone except the king of Israel, no matter how important they are." When the commanders saw King Jehoshaphat, they thought he was the king of Israel, and so they went to kill him. Jehoshaphat started shouting. When the commanders saw that he was not King Ahab, they stopped chasing him. Then a soldier in the distance pulled back as far as he could on his bow and shot an arrow into the air. The arrow happened to hit the king of Israel in a small hole where his armor was fastened together. King Ahab said to his chariot driver, "I've been hit. Turn the chariot around and take me off the battlefield." The armies continued to fight while King Ahab was propped up in his chariot. He was leaning against the sides of the chariot, looking out toward the Arameans. His blood ran down onto the floor of the chariot. Later in the evening, he died. At sunset, all the Israelites cheered when they were told to go home, so they all went back to their hometowns, and that is how King Ahab died. Some men carried his body to Samaria and buried him there. They took his chariot to the large pool in Samaria to clean it. The dogs licked up Ahab's blood while the prostitutes washed the chariot. This happened just as the Lord said it would. The rest of what King Ahab did during the time he ruled is written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. That book tells about all the cities he built and about all the ivory that he used to decorate his palace. Ahab died and was buried with his ancestors. His son Ahaziah became the next king after him. Summary of Jehoshaphat's rule. Jehoshaphat, son of Asa, became the king of Judah in Ahab's 4th year as king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he became king, and he ruled in Jerusalem for 25 years. His mother was Azubah, the daughter of Shilhi. Like his father Asa, Jehoshaphat was good and did everything that the Lord wanted, but he did not destroy the high places. The people continued offering sacrifices and burning incense there. Jehoshaphat made a peace agreement with the king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was very brave and fought many wars. The rest of what he did is written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. Jehoshaphat forced all the men and women who sold their bodies for sex to leave the places of worship. They had served in these places of worship while his father Asa was king. In those days, Edom did not have a king. It was ruled by a governor who was chosen by the king of Judah. King Jehoshaphat built some cargo ships. He wanted the ships to sail to Ophir for gold, but they never went there. They were destroyed in their home port at Etzion-Geber. Then King Ahaziah of Israel offered to put some of his own sailors with Jehoshaphat's men on the ships, but Jehoshaphat refused to accept his help. Jehoshaphat died and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David. Then his son Jehoram became the next king, Ahaziah, king of Israel. Ahaziah was the son of Ahab. He became king of Israel during the 17th year that King Jehoshaphat ruled Judah. Ahaziah ruled in Samaria for 2 years. He sinned against the Lord just as his parents, Ahab and Jezebel, did. He caused Israel to sin, just as Jeroboam son of Nebat did. Ahaziah served the false god Baal and worshipped him, just as his father did before him. He did all the things that his father did to make the Lord, the God of Israel, angry. 2 Kings 1. A message for Ahaziah. After King Ahab died, Moab broke away from Israel's rule. One day, Ahaziah was on the roof of his house in Samaria. He fell down through the wooden bars on top of his house and was badly hurt. He called messengers and told them, "Go to the priests of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron, and ask them if I will get well from my injuries." But the Lord's angel said to Elijah the Tishbite, "King Ahaziah has sent some messengers from Samaria. Go meet those men and ask them, 'There is a God in Israel. So why are you men going to ask questions of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Since you did this, the Lord says, you will not get up from your bed. You will die." Then Elijah left. When messengers came back to Ahaziah, he asked them, "Why did you come back so soon?" The messengers said to Ahaziah, "A man came up to meet us and told us to go back to the king who sent us and tell him what the Lord says. There is a God in Israel. So why did you send messengers to ask questions of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Since you did this, you will not get up from your bed. You will die." Ahaziah said to the messengers, "What did the man look like who met you and told you this?" They answered Ahaziah, "This man was wearing a hairy coat with a leather belt around his waist." Then Ahaziah said, "That was Elijah the Tishbite." Ahaziah calls for Elijah. Ahaziah sent a captain and 50 men to Elijah. The captain went to Elijah, who was sitting on top of a hill. The captain said to Elijah, "Man of God, the king says, 'Come down.'" Elijah answered the captain of 50, "If I am a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and destroy you and your 50 men." So fire came down from heaven and destroyed the captain and his 50 men. Ahaziah sent another captain with 50 men to Elijah. He said to Elijah, "Man of God, the king says, 'Come down quickly.'" Elijah told the captain and his 50 men, "If I am a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and destroy you and your 50 men." Then God's fire came down from heaven and destroyed the captain and his 50 men. Ahaziah sent a third captain with 50 men. The third captain came to Elijah. He fell down on his knees and begged Elijah, saying to him, "Man of God, I ask you, please let my life and the lives of your 50 servants be valuable to you." Fire came down from heaven and destroyed the first 2 captains and their 50 men. But now, have mercy and let us live. The Lord's angel said to Elijah, "Go with the captain. Don't be afraid of him." So Elijah went with the captain to see King Ahaziah. Elijah told Ahaziah, "This is what the Lord says. There is a God in Israel. So why did you send messengers to ask questions of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Since you did this, you will not get up from your bed. You will die." Joram takes Ahaziah's place. Ahaziah died, just as the Lord said through Elijah. Ahaziah did not have a son, so Joram became the new king after Ahaziah. He began to rule during the 2nd year that Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, was the king of Judah. The other things that Ahaziah did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. Second Kings 2. The Lord makes plans to take Elijah. It was near the time for the Lord to take Elijah by a whirlwind up into heaven. Elijah and Elisha started to leave Gilgal. Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, because the Lord told me to go to Bethel." But Elisha said, "I promise, as the Lord lives, and as you live, I will not leave you." So the two men went down to Bethel. The group of prophets at Bethel came to Elisha and said to him, "Do you know that the Lord will take your master away from you today?" Elisha said, "Yes, I know. Don't talk about it." Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, because the Lord told me to go to Jericho." But Elisha said, "I promise, as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So the two men went to Jericho. The group of prophets at Jericho came to Elisha and said to him, "Do you know that the Lord will take your master away from you today?" Elisha answered, "Yes, I know. Don't talk about it." Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, because the Lord told me to go to the Jordan River." Elisha answered, "I promise, as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So the two men went on. There were 50 men from the group of prophets who followed them. Elijah and Elisha stopped at the Jordan River. The 50 men stood far away from Elijah and Elisha. Elijah took off his coat, folded it, and hit the water with it. The water separated to the right and to the left. Then Elijah and Elisha crossed the river on dry ground. After they crossed the river, Elijah said to Elisha, "What do you want me to do for you before God takes me away from you?" Elisha said, "I ask you for a double share of your spirit on me." Elijah said, "You have asked a hard thing. If you see me when I am taken from you, it will happen. But if you don't see me when I am taken from you, it will not happen." The Lord takes Elijah into heaven. Elijah and Elisha were walking and talking together. Suddenly, some horses and a chariot came and separated Elijah from Elisha. The horses and the chariot were like fire. Then Elijah was carried up into heaven in a whirlwind. Elisha saw it and shouted, My father, the chariot of Israel and his horses." Elisha never saw Elijah again. Elisha grabbed his own clothes and tore them in two to show his sadness. Elijah's coat had fallen to the ground, so Elisha picked it up. He went back and stood at the edge of the Jordan River. He hit the water and said, "Where is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" Just as Elisha hit the water separated to the right and to the left. Then Elisha crossed the river. The prophets asked for Elijah. When the group of prophets at Jericho saw Elisha, they said, "Elijah's spirit is now on Elisha." They came to meet Elisha. They bowed very low to the ground before him. They said, "Look, we have 50 good men. Please let them go and look for your master. Maybe the Lord's Spirit has taken Elijah up and dropped him on some mountain or in some valley." But Elisha answered, "No, don't send men to look for Elijah." The group of prophets begged Elisha until he was embarrassed. Then Elisha said, "Send the men to look for Elijah." The group of prophets sent the 50 men to look for Elijah. They looked 3 days, but they could not find him. So the men went to Jericho, where Elisha was staying, and told him. Elisha said to them, "I told you not to go." Elisha makes the water good. The men of the city said to Elisha, "Sir, you can see this city is in a nice place, but the water is bad. That is why the land cannot grow crops." Elisha said, "Bring me a new bowl and put salt in it." They brought the bowl to Elisha. Then he went out to the place where the water began flowing from the ground. Elisha threw the salt into the water and said, "The Lord said, I am making this water pure. From now on, this water will not cause any more death or keep the land from growing crops." The water became pure and is still good today. It happened just as Elisha had said. some boys make fun of Elisha. Elisha went from that city to Bethel. He was walking up the hill to the city, and some boys were coming down out of the city. They began making fun of him. They said, "Go away, you bald-headed man. Go away, you bald-headed man." Elisha looked back and saw them. He asked the Lord to cause bad things to happen to them. Then 2 bears came out of the forest and attacked the boys. There were 42 boys ripped apart by the bears. Elisha left Bethel and went to Mount Carmel, and from there he went back to Samaria. Second Kings 3. Jehoram becomes king of Israel. Joram, son of Ahab, became king over Israel at Samaria. He began to rule during Jehoshaphat's 18th year as king of Judah. Joram ruled 12 years. He did what the Lord said was wrong, but he was not like his father and mother, because he removed the pillar that his father had made for worshiping Baal. But he continued to do the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who had caused the Israelites to sin. Joram did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam. Moab breaks away from Israel. Mesha was the king of Moab. He owned many sheep. He gave the wool of 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams to the king of Israel. But when Ahab died, the king of Moab broke away from the rule of the king of Israel. Then King Joram went out of Samaria and gathered together all the men of Israel. Joram sent messengers to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah. Joram said, "The king of Moab has broken away from my rule. Will you go with me to fight against Moab?" Jehoshaphat said, "Yes, I will go with you. We will join together as one army. My people will be like your people, and my horses will be like your horses." The 3 kings asked Elisha for advice. Jehoshaphat asked Joram, "Which way should we go?" Joram answered, "We should go through the desert of Edom." So the king of Israel went with the king of Judah and the king of Edom. They traveled around for 7 days. There was not enough water for the army or for their animals. Finally, the king of Israel said, "Oh, I think the Lord really brought us 3 kings together only to let the Moabites defeat us." But Jehoshaphat said, "Surely one of the Lord's prophets is here. Let's ask the prophet what the Lord says we should do." One of the servants of the king of Israel said, "Elisha, son of Shaphat, is here." Elisha was Elijah's servant. Jehoshaphat said, "The Lord's word is with Elisha." So the king of Israel, Jehoshaphat, and the king of Edom went down to see Elisha. Elisha said to the king of Israel, "What do you want from me? Go to the prophets of your father and mother." The king of Israel said to Elisha, "No, we have come to see you, because the Lord called us 3 kings together to let the Moabites defeat us." Elisha said, "I respect King Jehoshaphat of Judah, and I serve the Lord all-powerful. As surely as he lives, I came here only because of Jehoshaphat. I tell you the truth, if he were not here, I would not pay any attention to you. I would ignore you completely. But now, bring me someone who plays the harp." When the person played the harp, the Lord's power came on Elisha. Then Elisha said, "This is what the Lord says. Dig holes in the valley. Yes, this is what the Lord says. You will not see wind or rain. but that valley will be filled with water. Then you and your cattle and other animals will have water to drink. This is an easy thing for the Lord to do. He will also help you defeat the Moabites. You will attack every strong city and every good city. You will cut down every good tree. You will stop up all the springs of water. You will ruin every good field with stones. In the morning, at the time for the morning sacrifice, water began flowing from the direction of Edom and filled the valley. The Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them. So they gathered together all the men old enough to wear armor and waited at the border. The Moabites got up early that morning. The rising sun was shining on the water in the valley, and it looked like blood to the Moabites. They said, "Look at the blood! The kings must have fought against each other. They must have destroyed each other. Let's go take the valuable things from the dead bodies." The Moabites came to the Israelite camp, but the Israelites came out and attacked the Moabite army. The Moabites ran away from the Israelites. The Israelites followed them into Moab to fight them. The Israelites destroyed the cities. They threw their stones at every good field in Moab. They stopped up all the springs of water and cut down all the good trees. The Israelites fought all the way to Kir-Hareseth. The soldiers surrounded Kir-Hareseth and attacked it too. The king of Moab saw that the battle was too strong for him, so he took 700 men with swords to break through to the king of Edom. But they were not able to do it. Then the king of Moab took his oldest son, who would become the next king after him. On the wall around the city, the king of Moab offered his son as a burnt offering. This upset the Israelites very much. So the Israelites left the king of Moab and went back to their own land. Second Kings 4. A prophet's widow asks Elisha for help. A man from the group of prophets had a wife. This man died, and his wife cried out to Elisha, "My husband was like a servant to you. Now he is dead. You know he honored the Lord, but he owed money to a man. Now that man is coming to take my 2 boys and make them his slaves." Elisha answered, "How can I help you? Tell me, what do you have in your house?" The woman said, "I don't have anything in the house except a jar of olive oil." Then Elisha said, "Go and borrow bowls from all your neighbors. They must be empty. Borrow plenty of bowls. Then go to your house and close the doors. Only you and your sons will be in the house. Then pour the oil into all the bowls, fill them, and put them in a separate place." So the woman left Elisha, went into her house, and shut the door. Only she and her sons were in the house. Her sons brought the bowls to her, and she poured oil. She filled many bowls. Finally, she said to her son, "Bring me another bowl." But all the bowls were full. One of the sons said to her, "There aren't any more bowls." Then the oil in the jar was finished. When she told the man of God what had happened, Elisha said to her, "Go, sell the oil and pay your debt. You and your sons can live on the money that is left." A woman in Shunem gives Elisha a room. One day Elisha went to Shunem, where an important woman lived. She asked Elisha to stop and eat at her house. So every time Elisha went through that place, he stopped there to eat. The woman said to her husband, "Look, I can see that Elisha is a holy man of God. He passes by our house all the time. Please, let's make a little room on the roof for him. Let's put a bed in this room and a table, a chair, and a lampstand. Then when he comes to our house, he can have this room for himself." One day, Elisha came to the woman's house. He went to this room and rested there. Elisha said to his servant Gehazi, "Call this Shunammite woman." The servant called the Shunammite woman, and she stood in front of Elisha. Elisha told his servant, "Now say to her, 'Look, you have done your best to take care of us. What can we do for you? Do you want us to speak to the king for you or to the captain of the army?" She answered, "I am fine living here among my own people." Elisha said to Gehazi, "What can we do for her?" He answered, "I know. She does not have a son, and her husband is old." Then Elisha said, "Call her." So Gehazi called the woman. She came and stood at his door. Elisha said, "About this time next spring, you will be holding your own baby boy in your arms." The woman said, "No, sir. Man of God, don't lie to me." The woman in Shunem has a son, but the woman did become pregnant and gave birth to a son that next spring, just as Elisha had said. The boy grew. One day, the boy went out into the fields to see his father and the men cutting the grain. The boy said to his father, "Oh, my head hurts." The father said to his servant, "Carry him to his mother." The servant took the boy to his mother. The boy sat on his mother's lap until noon. Then he died. The woman goes to see Elisha. The woman laid the boy on the bed of Elisha, the man of God. Then she shut the door to that room and went outside. She called to her husband and said, "Please send me one of the servants and a donkey. Then I will go quickly to get the man of God and come back." The woman's husband said, "Why would you want to go to the man of God today? It isn't the new moon or Sabbath day." She said, "Goodbye." Then she put a saddle on a donkey and said to her servant, "Let's go, and hurry. Go slow only when I tell you." The woman went to Mount Carmel to get the man of God. The man of God saw the Shunammite woman coming from far away and said to his servant Gehazi, "Look, there's the Shunammite woman. Please run now to meet her. Say to her, 'Are you all right? Is your husband all right? Is the child all right?'" She answered, "Everything is all right." But the Shunammite woman went up the hill to the man of God. She bowed down and touched Elisha's feet. Gehazi came near to pull her away, but the man of God said to Gehazi, "Leave her alone. She's very upset, and the Lord didn't tell me about it. He hid this news from me." Then she said, "Sir, I never asked for a son. I told you, don't trick me." Then Elisha said to Gehazi, "Get ready to go. Take my walking stick and go. If you meet anyone along the way, don't even stop to say hello to him. If anyone says hello to you, don't answer. Put my walking stick on the child's face." But the child's mother said, "I promise, as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave without you." So Elisha got up and followed her. Gehazi arrived at the house before Elisha and the Shunammite woman. Gehazi laid the walking stick on the child's face, but the child did not talk or show any sign that he heard anything. Then Gehazi came back to meet Elisha and said, "The child will not wake up. The woman's son comes back to life." Elisha went into the house, and there was the child lying dead on his bed. Elisha went into the room and shut the door. He and the child were alone in the room now. Then he prayed to the Lord. Elisha went to the bed and lay on the child. He put his eyes on the child's eyes, his mouth on the child's mouth, and his hands on the child's hands. He lay there on top of the child until the child's body became warm. Then Elisha turned away and walked around the room. He went back and lay on the child until the child sneezed 7 times and opened his eyes. Elisha called Gehazi and said, "Call the Shunammite woman." Gehazi called her, and she came to Elisha. Elisha said, "Pick up your son." Then the Shunammite woman went into the room and bowed down at Elisha's feet. Then she picked up her son and went out. Elisha and the poisoned soup. Elisha went to Gilgal again. There was a famine in the land. The group of prophets was sitting in front of Elisha. Elisha said to his servant, "Put the large pot on the fire and make some soup for the group of prophets." One man went out into the field to gather herbs. He found a wild vine and picked the fruit from it. He put that fruit in his robe and brought it back. He cut up the wild fruit and put it into the pot. But the group of prophets did not know what kind of fruit it was. Then they poured some of the soup for the men to eat. But when they began to eat the soup, they shouted out, "Man of God, there's poison in the pot." The food tasted like poison, so they could not eat that food. But Elisha said, "Bring some flour." He threw the flour into the pot. Then he said, "Pour the soup for the people so that they can eat." And there was nothing wrong with the soup. Elisha feeds the group of prophets. A man from Baal-Shalisha came and brought bread from the first harvest to the man of God. This man brought 20 loaves of barley bread and fresh grain in his sack. Then Elisha said, "Give this food to the people so that they can eat." Elisha's servant said, "What? There are 100 men here. How can I give this food to all those men?" But Elisha said, "Give the food to the people to eat. The Lord says, they will eat, and there will still be food left over." Then Elisha's servant put the food in front of the group of prophets. The group of prophets had enough to eat, and they even had food left over. This happened just as the Lord had said. Second Kings 5. Naaman's problem. Naaman was the captain of the army of the king of Aram. He was very important to his king because the Lord used him to lead Aram to victory. Naaman was a great and powerful man, but he was also sick with leprosy. The Aramean army sent many groups of soldiers to fight in Israel. One time, they took a little girl from the land of Israel. This girl became a servant of Naaman's wife. She said to his wife, "I wish that my master would meet the prophet who lives in Samaria. He could heal Naaman of his leprosy." Naaman went to the king and told him what the Israelite girl said. Then the king of Aram said, "Go now, and I will send a letter to the king of Israel." So Naaman went to Israel. He took 750 pounds of silver, 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of clothes as gifts. Naaman took the letter from the king of Aram to the king of Israel. The letter said, "Now this letter is to show that I am sending my servant Naaman to you. Cure his leprosy." When the king of Israel had read the letter, he tore his clothes to show he was sad and upset. He said, "Am I God? I don't have the power over life and death. So why did the king of Aram send a man sick with leprosy for me to heal? Think about it. and you will see that it is a trick. The king of Aram is trying to start a fight." Elisha, the man of God, heard that the king of Israel had torn his clothes. So Elisha sent this message to the king: "Why did you tear your clothes? Let Naaman come to me, then he will know there is a prophet in Israel." So Naaman came with his horses and chariots to Elisha's house and stood outside the door. Elisha sent a messenger to Naaman who said, "Go and wash in the Jordan River 7 times. Then your skin will be healed, and you will be pure and clean." Naaman became angry and left. He said, "I thought Elisha would at least come out and stand in front of me and call on the name of the Lord his God. I thought he would wave his hand over my body and heal the leprosy. Abana and Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, are better than all the water in Israel. Why can't I wash in those rivers in Damascus and become clean?" He was very angry and turned to leave. But Naaman's servants went to him and talked to him. They said, "Father, if the prophet told you to do some great thing, you would do it. Isn't that right?" But he said, "Wash, and you will be pure and clean." So Naaman did what the man of God said. He went down and dipped himself in the Jordan River 7 times, and he became pure and clean. His skin became soft like the skin of a baby. Naaman and his whole group came back to the man of God. He stood before Elisha and said, "Look, I now know there is no God in all the earth except in Israel. Now please accept a gift from me." But Elisha said, "The Lord is the one I serve, and as surely as he lives, I will not accept any gift." Naaman tried hard to make Elisha take the gift, but he refused. Then Naaman said, "If you will not accept this gift, at least do this for me. Let me have enough dirt from Israel to fill the baskets on 2 of my mules. I ask this because I will never again offer any burnt offering or sacrifice to any other gods. I will offer sacrifices only to the Lord. And I pray that the Lord will forgive me for this. When my master goes to the temple of Rimmon to worship that false god, he will want to lean on me for support. So I must bow down in the temple of Rimmon. I ask the Lord now to forgive me when that happens." Then Elisha said to Naaman, "Go in peace." So Naaman left Elisha and went a short way. But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha the man of God, said, "Look, my master has let Naaman the Aramean go without accepting the gift that he brought. As the Lord lives, I will run after Naaman and get something from him." So Gehazi ran to Naaman. Naaman saw someone running after him. He stepped down from the chariot to meet Gehazi. Naaman said, "Is everything all right?" Gehazi said, "Yes, everything is all right. My master has sent me." He said, "Look, 2 young men came to me from the group of prophets in the hill country of Ephraim. Please give them 75 pounds of silver and 2 changes of clothes." Naaman said, "Please, take 150 pounds. He persuaded Gehazi to take the silver. Naaman put 150 pounds of silver in 2 bags and took 2 changes of clothes. Then he gave these things to 2 of his servants. The servants carried these things for Gehazi. When Gehazi came to the hill, he took these things from the servants. He sent the servants away, and they left. Then he hid those things in the house. Gehazi came in and stood before his master. Elisha said to Gehazi, "Where have you been, Gehazi?" Gehazi answered, "I didn't go anywhere." Elisha said to him, "That is not true. My heart was with you when the man turned from his chariot to meet you. this is not the time to take money, clothes, olives, grapes, sheep, cattle, or men and women servants. Now you and your children will catch Naaman's disease. You will have leprosy forever." When Gehazi left Elisha, his skin was as white as snow. He was sick with leprosy. Second Kings 6. Elisha and the axe head. The group of prophets said to Elisha, "We are staying in that place over there, but it is too small for us. Let's go to the Jordan River and cut some wood. Each of us will get a log, and we will build us a place to live there." Elisha answered, "Go and do it." One of them said, "Please go with us." Elisha said, "Yes, I will go with you." So Elisha went with the group of prophets. When they arrived at the Jordan River, they began to cut down some trees. But when one man was cutting down a tree, the iron axe head slipped from the handle and fell into the water. He shouted, "Oh, Master, I borrowed that axe." The man of God said, "Where did it fall?" The man showed Elisha the place where the axe head fell. Then Elisha cut a stick and threw the stick into the water. The stick made the iron axe head float. Elisha said, "So pick up the axe head." Then the man reached out and took the axe head. Aram tries to trap Israel. The king of Aram was making war against Israel. He had a council meeting with his army officers. He said, "Go to such and such a place and prepare to attack the Israelites when they come by." But the man of God sent a message to the king of Israel. Elisha said, "Be careful. Don't go by that place, because the Aramean soldiers are hiding there." The king of Israel sent a message to his men at the place that the man of God warned him about, and the king of Israel saved quite a few men. The king of Aram was very upset about this. He called his army officers and said to them, "Tell me who is spying for the king of Israel." One of the officers of the king of Aram said, "My lord and king, not one of us is a spy. Elisha, the prophet from Israel, can tell the king of Israel many secret things, even the words that you speak in your bedroom." The king of Aram said, "Find Elisha, and I will send men to catch him." The servants told the king of Aram, "Elisha is in Dothan." Then the king of Aram sent horses, chariots, and a large army to Dothan. They arrived at night and surrounded the city. Elisha's servant got up early that morning. When he went outside, he saw an army with horses and chariots all around the city. The servant said to Elisha, "Oh, my master, what can we do?" Elisha said, "Don't be afraid. The army that fights for us is larger than the army that fights for Aram." Then Elisha prayed and said, "Lord, I ask you, open my servant's eyes so that he can see." The Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and the servant saw the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire. They were all around Elisha. These horses and chariots of fire came down to Elisha. He prayed to the Lord and said, "I pray that you will cause these people to become blind." So God did what Elisha asked. He caused the Aramean army to become blind. Elisha said to the Aramean army, "This is not the right way. This is not the right city. Follow me. I will lead you to the man you are looking for." Then Elisha led them to Samaria. When they arrived at Samaria, Elisha said, "Lord, open the eyes of these men so that they can see." Then the Lord opened their eyes, and the Aramean army saw they were in the city of Samaria. The king of Israel saw the Aramean army and said to Elisha, "My father, should I kill them? Should I kill them?" Elisha answered, "No, don't kill them. They are not soldiers you captured in battle. Give them some bread and water. Let them eat and drink. Then let them go home to their leader." So the king prepared a big meal for the Aramean army. After they ate and drank, he sent them back home to their leader. The Arameans did not send any more soldiers into the land of Israel to make raids. A time of terrible hunger hits Samaria. After this happened, King Ben-Hadad of Aram gathered all his army and went to surround and attack the city of Samaria. The soldiers would not let people bring food into the city, so there was a time of terrible hunger in Samaria. It was so bad in Samaria that a donkey's head was sold for 80 pieces of silver, and 1 pint of dove's dung sold for 5 pieces of silver. The king of Israel was walking on the wall around the city. A woman shouted out to him. She said, "My lord and king, please help me." The king of Israel said, "If the Lord does not help you, how can I help you? I cannot give you grain from the threshing floor or wine from the winepress." Then he said to her, "What is your trouble?" She answered, "This woman said to me, 'Give me your son so that we can eat him today. Then we will eat my son tomorrow.' So we boiled my son and ate him. Then the next day I said to this woman, 'Give me your son so that we can eat him.' But she has hidden her son." When the king heard the woman's words, he tore his clothes to show he was upset. As he passed by on the wall, the people saw the king was wearing the rough cloth under his clothes to show he was sad and upset. The king said, "May God punish me if the head of Elisha son of Shaphat is still on his body at the end of this day." The king sent a messenger to Elisha. Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. Before the messenger arrived, Elisha said to the elders, "Look, that son of a murderer is sending men to cut off my head. When the messenger arrives, shut the door. Hold the door and don't let him in. I hear the sound of his master's feet coming behind him." While Elisha was still talking with the elders, the messenger came to him. This was the message: "This trouble has come from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer?" Second Kings 7. Elisha said, "Listen to the message from the Lord. The Lord says, about this time tomorrow there will be plenty of food, and it will be cheap again. A person will be able to buy a basket of fine flour or 2 baskets of barley for only 1 shekel in the marketplace by the city gates of Samaria." Then the officer who was close to the king answered the man of God. The officer said, "Even if the Lord made windows in heaven, this could not happen." Elisha said, "You will see it with your own eyes, but you will not eat any of that food." Lepers. Find the Aramean camp empty. There were 4 men sick with leprosy near the city gate. They said to each other, "Why are we sitting here waiting to die? There is no food in Samaria. If we go into the city, we will die there. If we stay here, we will also die. So let's go to the Aramean camp. If they let us live, we will live. If they kill us, we will just die." So that evening, the 4 lepers went to the Aramean camp. When they came to the edge of the camp, no one was there. The Lord had caused the Aramean army to hear the sound of chariots, horses, and a large army. So the soldiers said to each other, "The king of Israel has hired the kings of the Hittites and Egyptians to come against us." The Arameans ran away early that evening. They left everything behind. They left their tents, horses, and donkeys, and ran for their lives. The lepers in the enemy camp. When these lepers came to where the camp began, they went into one tent. They ate and drank. Then they carried silver, gold, and clothes out of the camp and hid them. Then they came back and entered another tent. They carried things out from this tent and went out and hid them. Then they said to each other, "We are doing wrong. Today we have good news, but we are silent. If we wait until the sun comes up, we will be punished. Now, let's go and tell the people who live in the king's palace." The lepers tell the good news. So the lepers came and called to the gatekeepers of the city. They told the gatekeepers, "We went to the Aramean camp, but we did not hear anyone. No one was there, but the horses and donkeys were still tied up, and the tents were still standing." Then the gatekeepers of the city shouted out and told the people in the king's palace. It was night, but the king got up from bed and said to his officers, "I will tell you what the Aramean soldiers are doing to us. They know we are hungry. They left the camp to hide in the field. They are thinking, when the Israelites come out of the city, we will capture them alive, and then we will enter the city." One of the king's officers said, "Let some men take 5 of the horses that are still left in the city. The horses will soon die anyway, just as all the Israelites who are still left in the city. Let's send these men to see what happened." So the men took 2 chariots with horses. The king sent these men after the Aramean army. He told them, "Go and see what happened." The men went after the Aramean army as far as the Jordan River. All along the road, there were clothes and weapons. The Arameans had thrown these things down when they hurried away. The messengers went back to Samaria and told the king. Then the people ran out to the Aramean camp and took valuable things from there. So it happened just as the Lord had said. A person could buy a basket of fine flour or 2 baskets of barley for only 1 shekel. There was one officer who always stayed close by the king to help him. The king sent this officer to guard the gate, but the people knocked him down and trampled him, and he died. So everything happened just as the man of God had said when the king came to Elisha's house. Elisha had said, "A person will be able to buy a basket of fine flour or 2 baskets of barley for only 1 shekel in the marketplace by the city gates of Samaria." But that officer had answered the man of God, "Even if the Lord made windows in heaven, this could not happen." And Elisha had told the officer, "You will see it with your own eyes, but you will not eat any of that food." It happened to the officer just that way. The people knocked him down at the gate and trampled him, and he died. 2 Kings 8. The king and the Shunammite woman. Elisha talked to the woman whose son he had brought back to life. He said, "You and your family should move to another country, because the Lord has decided that there will be a famine here. It will last for 7 years." So the woman did what the man of God said. She went with her family to stay in the land of the Philistines for 7 years. After 7 years, she returned from the land of the Philistines. She went to speak with the king to ask him to help her get back her house and land. The king was talking with Gehazi, the servant of the man of God. The king said to Gehazi, "Please tell me all the great things Elisha has done." Gehazi was telling the king about Elisha bringing a dead person back to life. At that same time, the woman whose son Elisha brought back to life went to the king. She wanted to ask him to help her get back her house and land. Gehazi said, "My lord and king, this is the woman, and this is the son who Elisha brought back to life." The king asked the woman what she wanted, and she told him. Then the king chose an officer to help her. The king said, "Give to the woman all that belongs to her, and give her all the harvest of her land from the day she left the country until now." Ben-Hadad sends Hazael to Elisha. Elisha went to Damascus. King Ben-Hadad of Aram was sick. Someone told Ben-Hadad, "The man of God has come here." Then the king Ben-Hadad said to Hazael, "Take a gift and go meet the man of God. Ask him to ask the Lord if I will get well from my sickness." So Hazael went to meet Elisha. Hazael brought a gift with him. He brought all kinds of good things from Damascus. It took 40 camels to carry everything. Hazael came to Elisha and said, "Your follower, King Ben-Hadad of Aram, sent me to you. He asks if he will get well from his sickness." Then Elisha said to Hazael, "Go and tell Ben-Hadad, you will live. But really, the Lord told me, he will die." Elisha makes a prophecy about Hazael. Elisha began to stare. He stared for an embarrassingly long time. Then the man of God began to cry. Hazael said, "Sir, why are you crying?" Elisha answered, "I am crying because I know the bad things you will do to the Israelites. You will burn their strong cities and kill their young men with swords. You will kill their babies and split open their pregnant women." Hazael said, "I am not a powerful man. How can I do these great things?" Elisha answered, "The Lord showed me that you will be king over Aram." Then Hazael left Elisha and went to his king. Ben-Hadad said to Hazael, "What did Elisha say to you?" He answered, "Elisha told me that you will live." Hazael murders Ben-Hadad. But the next day, Hazael took a thick cloth and dipped it in water. Then he held it on Ben-Hadad's face until he died. Then Hazael became the new king. Jehoram begins his rule. Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, was the king of Judah. He began to rule in the 5th year that Joram, son of Ahab, was king of Israel. Jehoram was 32 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 8 years in Jerusalem. But Jehoram lived as the kings of Israel and did what the Lord saw as evil. He lived as the people from Ahab's family because his wife was Ahab's daughter. But the Lord would not destroy Judah because of the promise to his servant David. He had promised David that someone from his family would always be king. In Jehoram's time, Edom broke away from Judah's rule. The people of Edom chose a king for themselves. Then Jehoram and all his chariots went to Zair. The Edomite army surrounded them, but Jehoram and his officers attacked them and escaped. Jehoram's soldiers all ran away and went home. So the Edomites broke away from the rule of Judah, and they have been free from the rule of Judah until today. At the same time, Libnah also broke away from Judah's rule. All the things Jehoram did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. Jehoram died and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David. Jehoram's son, Ahaziah, became the new king. Ahaziah begins his rule. Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, became the king of Judah in the 12th year, that Joram, son of Ahab, was king of Israel. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah. She was the daughter of King Omri of Israel. Ahaziah did what the Lord said was wrong. He did many bad things, just as the people from Ahab's family had done. He lived like this because his wife was from Ahab's family. Joram is hurt in the war against Hazael. Joram was from Ahab's family. Ahaziah went with Joram to fight against King Hazael of Aram at Ramoth-Gilead. The Arameans wounded Joram. King Joram went back to Israel so that he could get well from those wounds. He went to the area of Jezreel. Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, was the king of Judah. Ahaziah went to Jezreel to see Joram. Second Kings 9. Elisha tells a prophet to anoint Jehu. Elisha the prophet called one of the men from the group of prophets and said to him, "Get ready and take this small bottle of oil in your hand. Go to Ramoth-Gilead. When you arrive, find Jehu son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi. Then go in and make him get up from among his brothers. Take him to an inner room. Take the small bottle of oil and pour the oil on Jehu's head. Say, 'This is what the Lord says. I have anointed you to be the new king over Israel.' Then open the door and run away. Don't wait." So this young man, the prophet, went to Ramoth-Gilead. When the young man arrived, he saw the captains of the army sitting. He said, "Captain, I have a message for you." Jehu asked, "Which one of us is the message for?" The young man said, "For you, sir." Jehu got up and went into the house. Then the young prophet poured the oil on Jehu's head and said to him, "The Lord, the God of Israel, says, I am anointing you to be the new king over the Lord's people, Israel. You must destroy the family of Ahab your king. In this way, I will punish Jezebel for the deaths of my servants, the prophets, and the deaths of all the Lord, his servants, who were murdered. So all Ahab's family will die. I will not let any male child in Ahab's family live. It doesn't matter if that male child is a slave or a free person in Israel. I will make Ahab's family like the family of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, and like the family of Baasha, son of Ahijah. The dogs will eat Jezebel in the area of Jezreel, and she will not be buried." Then the young prophet opened the door and ran away. The servants announced, "Jehu as king." Jehu went back to his king's officers. One of the officers said to Jehu, "Is everything all right? Why did this crazy man come to you?" Jehu answered the servants, "You know the man and the crazy things he says." The officer said, "No, tell us the truth. What did he say?" Jehu told the officers what the young prophet said. Jehu said, "He said a few things, and then he said, 'This is what the Lord says. I have anointed you to be the new king over Israel.'" Then each officer quickly took his robe off and put it on the steps in front of Jehu. Then they blew the trumpet, and made the announcement, "Jehu is king." Jehu goes to Jezreel. So Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, son of Nimshi, made plans against Joram. At that time, Joram and the Israelites had been trying to defend Ramoth-Gilead from King Hazael of Aram. King Joram had fought against King Hazael of Aram, but the Arameans wounded King Joram, and he went to Jezreel to get well from those injuries. So Jehu told the officers, "If you agree that I am the new king, don't let anyone escape from the city to tell the news in Jezreel." Joram was resting in Jezreel, so Jehu got in his chariot and drove to Jezreel. King Ahaziah of Judah had also come to Jezreel to see Joram. A guard was standing on the tower in Jezreel. He saw Jehu's large group coming. He said, "I see a large group of people." Joram said, "Send someone on a horse to meet them. Tell this messenger to ask if they come in peace." So the messenger rode on a horse to meet Jehu. The messenger said, "King Joram says, 'Do you come in peace?'" Jehu said, "You have nothing to do with peace. Come and follow me." The guard told Joram, "The messenger went to the group, but he has not come back yet." Then Joram sent out a second messenger on a horse. This man came to Jehu's group and said, "King Joram says, 'Peace.'" Jehu answered, "You have nothing to do with peace. Come and follow me." The guard told Joram, "The second messenger went to the group, but he has not come back yet. There is a man driving his chariot like a madman. He is driving like Jehu son of Nimshi." Joram said, "Get me my chariot." So the servant got Joram's chariot. Both King Joram of Israel and King Ahaziah of Judah got their chariots and drove out to meet Jehu. They met him at the property of Naboth from Jezreel. Joram saw Jehu and asked, "Do you come in peace, Jehu?" Jehu answered, "There is no peace as long as your mother Jezebel does many acts of prostitution and witchcraft." Joram turned the horses to run away. He said to Ahaziah, "It is a trick, Ahaziah." But Jehu grabbed his bow and shot Joram in the middle of his back, through the heart. Joram fell dead in his chariot. Jehu said to his chariot, "Driver Bidkar, take Joram's body up and throw it into the field of Naboth from Jezreel. Remember when you and I rode together with Joram's father Ahab, the Lord said this would happen to him. The Lord said, 'Yesterday I saw the blood of Naboth and his sons, and I, the Lord, am telling you that I will punish Ahab in this field. So take Joram's body and throw it into the field, just as the Lord said.'" King Ahaziah of Judah saw this and ran away. He tried to escape through the garden house, but Jehu followed him. Jehu had said, "Shoot Ahaziah too." Ahaziah was wounded when he was in his chariot on the road to Gur near Ibleam. He got as far as Megiddo, but he died there. Ahaziah's servants carried his body in the chariot to Jerusalem. They buried him in his tomb with his ancestors in the city of David. Ahaziah had become king over Judah during Joram's 11th year as king of Israel, the terrible death of Jezebel. When Jehu came to Jezreel, Jezebel heard the news. She put her makeup on and fixed her hair. Then she stood by the window and looked out. Jehu entered the city. Jezebel said, "Hello, you Zimri. You killed your master just as he did." Jehu looked up at the window and said, "Who is on my side?" "Who?" 2 or 3 eunuchs looked out at Jehu. Jehu said, "Throw Jezebel down." Then the eunuchs threw her down. Some of her blood splashed on the wall and on the horses that trampled her body. Jehu went into the house and ate and drank. Then he said, "Now see about this cursed woman. Bury her, because she is a king's daughter." The men went to bury Jezebel, But they could not find her body. They could only find her skull, her feet, and the palms of her hands. When the men came back and told Jehu, he said, "The Lord told his servant Elijah the Tishbite to give this message. Dogs will eat the body of Jezebel in the area of Jezreel. Her body will be like dung on the field in the area of Jezreel. No one will be able to recognize her body." Second Kings 10. Jehu writes the leaders of Samaria. Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria. Jehu wrote letters and sent them to Samaria to the rulers and leaders of Jezreel. He also sent the letters to the people who raised Ahab's sons, saying, "As soon as you get this letter, choose the one who is the best and most worthy among your master's sons. You have chariots and horses, and you are living in a strong city. You also have weapons. Put the son you choose on his father's throne. Then fight for your master's family." But the rulers and leaders of Jezreel were very afraid. They said, "The two kings could not stop Jehu, so we cannot stop him either." The palace manager, the official in charge of the city, the elders, and the people who raised the king's children sent a message to Jehu. "We are your servants, and we will do whatever you tell us. We will not make anyone king. You may do whatever you think is best. Leaders of Samaria, kill Ahab's children." Then Jehu wrote a second letter to these leaders. He said, "If you support me and obey me, cut off the heads of Ahab's sons. Bring them to me at Jezreel about this time tomorrow." Ahab had 70 sons. They were with the leaders of the city who raised them. When the leaders of the city received the letter, they took the king's sons and killed all 70 of them. Then the leaders put the heads of the king's sons in baskets and sent the baskets to Jehu at Jezreel. The messenger came to Jehu and told him, "They have brought the heads of the king's sons." Then Jehu said, "Lay the heads in 2 piles at the city gate until morning." In the morning, Jehu went out and stood before the people. He said to them, "You are innocent. Look, I made plans against my master. I killed him. But who killed all these sons of Ahab? You killed them. You should know that everything the Lord says will happen." The Lord used Elijah to say these things about Ahab's family. Now, the Lord has done what he said he would do. So Jehu killed all the people in Ahab's family, living in Jezreel. He killed all the important men, close friends and priests. None of Ahab's people were left alive. Jehu kills Ahaziah's relatives. Jehu left Jezreel and went to Samaria. On the way, he stopped at a place called Shepherd's Camp. There, he met with the relatives of King Ahaziah of Judah. Jehu asked, "Who are you?" They answered, "We are the relatives of King Ahaziah of Judah. We have come down to visit the king's children and the queen mother's children." Then Jehu said, "Take them alive." Jehu's men captured Ahaziah's relatives alive. There were 42 of them. Jehu killed them at the well near Beth-Eked. He did not leave anyone alive. Jehu meets Jehonadab. After Jehu left there, he met Jehonadab, son of Rechab. Jehonadab was on his way to meet Jehu. Jehu greeted Jehonadab and said to him, "Are you a faithful friend to me, as I am to you?" Jehonadab answered, "Yes, I am a faithful friend to you." Jehu said, "If you are, give me your hand." Then Jehu reached out and pulled Jehonadab up into the chariot. Jehu said, "Come with me. You can see how strong my feelings are for the Lord." So Jehonadab rode in Jehu's chariot. Jehu came to Samaria and killed all Ahab's family who were still alive in Samaria. He killed them all. He did what the Lord had told Elijah. Jehu calls the worshippers of Baal. Then Jehu gathered all the people together and said to them, "Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu will serve Baal much. Now call together all the priests and prophets of Baal, and call together everyone who worships Baal. Don't let anyone miss this meeting. I have a great sacrifice to give to Baal. I will kill anyone who does not come to this meeting." But Jehu was tricking them. He wanted to destroy the worshippers of Baal. Jehu said, "Prepare a holy meeting for Baal." So the priests announced the meeting. Then Jehu sent a message through all the land of Israel. All the worshippers of Baal came. Not one stayed home. The Baal worshippers came into the temple of Baal. The temple was filled with people. Jehu said to the man who kept the robes, "Bring out the robes for all the worshippers of Baal." So that man brought out the robes for the Baal worshippers. Then Jehu and Jehonadab, son of Rechab, went into the temple of Baal. Jehu said to the worshippers of Baal, "Look around and be sure that there are no servants of the Lord with you. Be sure there are only people who worship Baal." The worshippers of Baal went into the temple of Baal to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings. But outside, Jehu had 80 men waiting. He told them, "Don't let anyone escape. If any man lets one person escape, that man must pay with his own life." Quickly, after Jehu had finished offering the burnt offering, he said to the guards and to the captains, "Go in and kill the worshippers of Baal. Don't let anyone come out of the temple alive." So the captains used thin swords and killed the worshippers of Baal. They threw the bodies of the worshippers of Baal out. Then the guards and the captains went to the inner room of the temple of Baal. They brought out the memorial stones that were in the temple of Baal and burned that temple. Then they smashed the memorial stones of Baal. They also smashed the temple of Baal. They made the temple of Baal into a public toilet, which is still used today. So Jehu destroyed Baal worship in Israel, but he did not completely turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, that caused Israel to sin. Jehu did not destroy the golden calves in Bethel and in Dan. Jehu's rule over Israel. The Lord said to Jehu, "You have done well. You have done what I say is good. You destroyed Ahab's family the way I wanted you to, so your descendants will rule Israel for 4 generations." But Jehu was not careful to follow the law of the Lord with all his heart. Jehu did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam that caused Israel to sin. Hazael defeats Israel. At that time, the Lord began to cut away sections of Israel and give them to other nations. King Hazael of Aram defeated the Israelites on every border of Israel. He won the land east of the Jordan River, all the land of Gilead, including the land that belonged to the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. He won all the land from Aroer by the Arnon Valley to Gilead and Bashan. The death of Jehu. All the other great things that Jehu did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Jehu died and was buried with his ancestors. The people buried him in Samaria. His son Jehoahaz became the new king of Israel after him. Jehu ruled over Israel in Samaria for 28 years. 2 Kings 11. Athaliah kills the king's sons in Judah. Athaliah was Ahaziah's mother. She saw that her son was dead, so she got up and killed all the king's family. Jehosheba was King Joram's daughter and Ahaziah's sister. Joash was one of the king's sons. While the other children were being killed, Jehosheba took Joash and hid him. She put him and his nurse in her bedroom. So Jehosheba and the nurse hid Joash from Athaliah. That way, Joash was not killed. Then Joash and Jehosheba hid in the Lord's temple. Joash hid there for 6 years. During that time, Athaliah ruled over the land of Judah. In the 7th year, Jehoiada, the high priest, sent for the captains of the Keretes and guards. He brought them together in the Lord's temple and made an agreement with them. There in the temple of the Lord, he forced them to make a promise. Then he showed the king's son to them. Then Jehoiada gave them a command. He said, "This is what you must do. 1/3 of you, from those who go on duty on the Sabbath day, must stand guard at the royal palace. Another third will be at the Sur gate, and the other third will be at the gate behind the guard. This way, you will stand guard over the palace on all sides. Your 2 divisions who go off duty on the Sabbath day will stand guard at the Lord's temple and protect King Joash. You must stay with him wherever he goes. The whole group must surround the king. Each guard must have his weapon in his hand, and you must kill anyone who comes too close to you." The captains obeyed everything that Jehoiada the priest commanded. Each captain took his men, both those who were going on duty on the Sabbath day and those who were going off duty. All these men went to Jehoiada, the priest, and he gave spears and shields to the captains. These were the spears and shields David put in the Lord's temple. These guards stood with their weapons in their hands from the right corner of the temple to the left corner. They stood around the altar and the temple, and around the king when he went to the temple. These men brought out Joash. They put the crown on him and gave him a copy of the agreement. Then they anointed him and made him the new king. They clapped their hands and shouted, "Long live the king!" Queen Athaliah heard the noise from the guards and the people, so she went to them at the Lord's temple. Athaliah saw the king by the column, where new kings usually stood. She also saw the leaders and men playing the trumpets for him. She saw that all the people were very happy. She heard the trumpets, and she tore her clothes to show she was upset. Then Athaliah shouted, "Treason! Treason!" Jehoiada the priest gave a command to the captains who were in charge of the soldiers. Jehoiada told them, "Take Athaliah outside of the temple area. Kill any of her followers, but don't kill them in the Lord's temple." So the soldiers grabbed Athaliah and killed her as soon as she went through the horse's entrance to the palace. Then Jehoiada made the agreement between the Lord and the king and the people. This agreement showed that the king and the people belonged to the Lord. Jehoiada also made the agreement between the king and the people. Then all the people went to the temple of Baal. They destroyed the statue of Baal and his altars. They broke them into many pieces. They also killed Baal's priest, Mattan, in front of the altars. So Jehoiada, the priest, put men in charge of maintaining the Lord's temple. The priest led all the people. They went from the Lord's temple to the king's palace. The king's special guards and the captains went with the king, and all the other people followed them. They went to the entrance to the king's palace. Then King Joash sat on the throne. all the people were happy and the city was peaceful. And Queen Athaliah was killed with a sword near the king's palace. Joash was 7 years old when he became king. Second Kings 12. Joash begins his rule. Joash began to rule during Jehu's 7th year as king of Israel. Joash ruled 40 years in Jerusalem. His mother was named Zibiah of Beersheba. For as long as he lived, Joash did what the Lord considered right. He did what Jehoiada the priest taught him, but he did not destroy the high places. The people still made sacrifices and burned incense at those places of worship. Joash orders the temple repaired. Joash said to the priests, "There is much money in the Lord's temple. People have given things to the temple and have paid the temple tax when they were counted, and they have given money simply because they wanted to. You priests should take that money and repair the Lord's temple. Each priest should use the money he gets from the people he serves. He should use that money to repair the damage to the temple." In the 23rd year that Joash was king, the priests still had not repaired the temple. So King Joash called for Jehoiada the priest and the other priests. Joash said to them, "Why haven't you repaired the temple? Stop taking money from the people you serve. That money must be used to repair the temple." The priests agreed to stop taking money from the people, but they also decided not to repair the temple. So Jehoiada the priest took a box and made a hole in the top of it. Then he put the box on the south side of the altar. This box was by the door where people came into the Lord's temple. Some of the priests were there to guard this doorway. They took the money that people brought for the Lord's temple and put it into this box. Whenever the king's secretary and the high priest saw that the box was full, they counted all the money that had been given for the Lord's temple and put it in bags. Then they paid the men who were in charge of the work on the Lord's temple. They paid the carpenters and other builders who worked on the Lord's temple. They used that money to pay the stone workers and stone cutters, and they used it to buy timber, cut stone, and everything else to repair the Lord's temple. People gave money for the Lord's temple, but the priests could not use this money to make silver cups, snuffers, basins, trumpets, or any of the gold and silver dishes that were to be used inside the Lord's temple. This money was used only to pay the workers who repaired the Lord's temple. Those who were in charge of paying the workers did not have to give a report of how they spent the money, because they could be trusted. People gave money when they offered guilt offerings and sin offerings, but that money was not used for the Lord's temple. It belonged to the priests. Joash saves Jerusalem from Hazael. Hazael was the king of Aram. He went to fight against the city of Gath and defeated it. Then he made plans to go fight against Jerusalem. Joash and his ancestors, Jehoshaphat, Jehoram, and Ahaziah, had all been kings of Judah. They had given many things to the Lord that were kept in his temple. Joash gathered all these things and all the gold that was stored in the temple and in his palace. He sent all this treasure to King Hazael of Aram, who then commanded his army to leave Jerusalem. The death of Joash. All the great things that Joash did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Judah. Joash's officers made plans against him. They killed Joash at the house of Millo on the road that goes down to Silla. Jozabad, son of Shimeath, and Jehozabad, son of Shomer, were Joash's officers. These men killed Joash. The people buried Joash with his ancestors in the city of David. His son Amaziah became the new king after him. Second Kings 13. Jehoahaz begins his rule. Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, became king over Israel in Samaria. This was during the 23rd year that Joash, son of Ahaziah, was king in Judah. Jehoahaz ruled 17 years. Jehoahaz did what the Lord considered wrong. Like Jeroboam, son of Nebat, he committed sins that also caused the people of Israel to sin, and he never stopped doing those things. Then the Lord was angry with Israel. He let King Hazael of Aram and Hazael's son Ben-Hadad gain control of Israel. The Lord has mercy on Israel. Then Jehoahaz begged the Lord to help them. The Lord listened to him because he had seen the terrible troubles that the king of Aram had caused the Israelites. So the Lord sent a man to save Israel. The Israelites were free from the Arameans, so the Israelites went to their own homes as they did before. But the Israelites still did not stop committing the sins of the family of Jeroboam that caused Israel to sin. The Israelites continued committing the sins of Jeroboam. They also kept the Asherah poles in Samaria. The king of Aram defeated Jehoahaz's army and destroyed most of the men in the army. He left only 50 horse soldiers, 10 chariots, and 10,000 foot soldiers. Jehoahaz's soldiers were like chaff blown away by the wind at the time of threshing. All the great things that Jehoahaz did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Jehoahaz died and was buried with his ancestors. The people buried Jehoahaz in Samaria. His son Jehoash became the new king after him. Jehoash's rule over Israel. Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, became king over Israel in Samaria. This was during the 37th year that Joash was king of Judah. Jehoash ruled Israel for 16 years. He did what the Lord said was wrong. He did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin. Jehoash continued to commit those sins. All the great things that Jehoash did and his wars against King Amaziah of Judah are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Jehoash died and was buried with his ancestors. Jeroboam became the new king and sat on Jehoash's throne. Jehoash was buried at Samaria with the kings of Israel. Jehoash visits Elisha. Elisha became sick, and later he died from this sickness. King Jehoash of Israel went to visit Elisha. Jehoash cried for him and said, my father, is it time for the chariot of Israel and its horses?" Elisha said to Jehoash, "Take a bow and some arrows." Jehoash took a bow and some arrows. Then Elisha said to the king of Israel, "Put your hand on the bow." Jehoash put his hand on the bow. Then Elisha put his hands on the king's hands. Elisha said, "Open the east window." Jehoash opened the window. Then Elisha said, "Shoot." Jehoash shot. Then Elisha said, "This is the Lord's arrow of victory over Aram. You will defeat the Arameans at Aphek until you destroy them." Elisha said, "Take the arrows." Jehoash took the arrows. Then Elisha said to him, "Hit on the ground." Jehoash hit the ground 3 times. Then he stopped. The man of God was angry with Jehoash. Elisha said, "You should have hit 5 or 6 times. Then you would have defeated Aram until you destroyed it. But now you will defeat Aram only 3 times." An amazing thing at Elisha's grave. Elisha died, and the people buried him. One time in the spring, a group of Moabite soldiers came to fight against Israel. Some Israelites were burying a dead man when they saw that group of soldiers. The Israelites quickly threw the dead man into Elisha's grave. As soon as the dead man touched the bones of Elisha, he came back to life and stood up on his feet. Jehoash wins back. Cities of Israel. During all the days that Jehoahaz ruled, King Hazael of Aram caused trouble to Israel. But the Lord was kind to the Israelites. He had mercy and showed his care for them because of his agreement with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He did not want them to be destroyed. He has never completely left them. King Hazael of Aram died, and Ben-Hadad became the new king after him. Before he died, Hazael had taken some cities in war from Jehoahaz, Jehoash's father. But now, Jehoash took back these cities from Hazael's son, Ben-Hadad. Jehoash defeated Ben-Hadad 3 times and took back the cities of Israel. Second Kings 14. Amaziah begins his rule in Judah. Amaziah, son of King Joash of Judah, became king in the 2nd year that Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, was king of Israel. Amaziah was 25 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother was Jehoadan from Jerusalem. Amaziah did what the Lord said was right, but he did not follow God completely like David, his ancestor. Amaziah did everything that Joash his father had done. He did not destroy the high places. The people still sacrificed and burned incense at those places of worship. At the time that Amaziah had strong control of the kingdom, he killed the officers who had killed his father. But he did not kill the children of the murderers because of the rules written in the book, the law of Moses. The Lord gave this command in there: parents must not be put to death for something their children did, and children must not be put to death for something their parents did. People should be put to death only for what that they themselves did. Amaziah killed 10,000 Edomites in the Valley of Salt. In war, Amaziah took Selah and called it Joktheel. It is still called Joktheel today. Amaziah wants war against Jehoash. Amaziah sent messengers to Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, son of King Jehu of Israel. Amaziah's message said, "Come on, let's meet together face to face and fight." King Jehoash of Israel sent an answer to King Amaziah of Judah. Jehoash said, "The thorn bush in Lebanon sent a message to the cedar tree in Lebanon. It said, 'Give your daughter for my son to marry.' But a wild animal from Lebanon passed by and trampled down the thorn bush. True, you have defeated Edom, but you have become proud because of your victory over Edom. But stay at home and brag. Don't make trouble for yourself. If you do this, you will fall, and Judah will fall with you." But Amaziah would not listen to Jehoash's warning. So King Jehoash of Israel went to fight against King Amaziah of Judah at Beth-Shemesh in Judah. Israel defeated Judah. Every man of Judah ran home. At Beth-Shemesh, King Jehoash of Israel captured King Amaziah of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah. Jehoash took Amaziah to Jerusalem. Jehoash broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the gate of Ephraim to the corner gate, about 600 feet. Then Jehoash took all the gold and silver and all the dishes in the Lord's temple and in the treasuries of the king's palace. Jehoash also took people to be his prisoners. Then he went back to Samaria. All the great things that Jehoash did, including how he fought against King Amaziah of Judah, are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. Jehoash died and was buried with his ancestors. He was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. Jehoash's son Jeroboam became the new king after him. The death of Amaziah. King Amaziah, son of Joash of Judah, lived 15 years after the death of King Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz of Israel. All the great things that Amaziah did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. The people made a plan against Amaziah in Jerusalem, so he ran away to Lachish. But the people sent men after Amaziah to Lachish, and they killed him there. The people brought Amaziah's body back on horses. He was buried at Jerusalem with his ancestors in the city of David. Azariah begins his rule over Judah. Then all the people of Judah made Azariah the new king. Azariah was 16 years old, so King Amaziah died and was buried with his ancestors. Then Azariah rebuilt Elath and got it back for Judah. Jeroboam II begins his rule over Israel. King Jeroboam, son of Jehoash of Israel, began to rule in Samaria during the 15th year that Amaziah, son of Joash, was king of Judah. Jeroboam ruled 41 years. Jeroboam did what the Lord said was wrong. He did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin. Jeroboam took back Israel's land, which ran from the Lebo-Hamath to the Arabah Sea. This happened as the Lord of Israel had told his servant Jonah, son of Amittai, the prophet, from Gath-Hepher. The Lord saw that all the Israelites, both slaves and free men, had many troubles. No one was left who could help Israel. The Lord did not say that he would take away the name of Israel from the world, so he used Jeroboam, son of Jehoash, to save the Israelites. All the great things that Jeroboam did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Israel. This includes the story about Jeroboam winning back Damascus and Hamath for Israel. These cities had belonged to Judah. Jeroboam died and was buried with his ancestors, the kings of Israel. Jeroboam's son Zechariah became the new king after him. Second Kings 15. Azariah's rule over Judah. King Azariah, son of Amaziah of Judah, became king in the 27th year that Jeroboam was king of Israel. Azariah was 16 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 52 years in Jerusalem. His mother was named Jechaliah of Jerusalem. Azariah did what the Lord said was right, just as his father Amaziah had done. But he did not destroy the high places. People still made sacrifices and burned incense in these places of worship. The Lord caused King Azariah to become sick with leprosy. He was a leper until the day he died. Azariah lived in a separate house. His son Jotham was in charge of the king's palace, and he judged the people. All the great things that Azariah did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. Azariah died and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David. Azariah's son Jotham became the new king after him. Zechariah's short rule over Israel. Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, ruled over Samaria in Israel for 6 months. This was during the 38th year that Azariah was king of Judah. Zechariah did what the Lord said was wrong. He did the same things his ancestors did. He did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin. Shallum, son of Jabesh, made plans against Zechariah. Shallum killed Zechariah in Ibleam. Shallum became the new king. All the other things that Zechariah did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. In this way, the Lord's word came true. He had told Jehu that 4 generations of his descendants would be kings of Israel. Shallum's short rule over Israel. Shallum, son of Jabesh, became king of Israel during the 39th year that Uzziah was king of Judah. Shallum ruled for 1 month in Samaria. Menahem, son of Gadi, came up from Tirzah to Samaria and killed Shallum, son of Jabesh. Then Menahem became the new king after him. All the things Shallum did, including his plans against Zechariah, are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Menahem's rule over Israel. Menahem defeated Tifsah and the area around it. The people refused to open the city gate for him. So Menahem defeated them and ripped open all the pregnant women in that city. Menahem, son of Gadi, became king over Israel during the 39th year that Azariah was king of Judah. Menahem ruled 10 years in Samaria. Menahem did what the Lord said was wrong. He did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin. King Pul of Assyria came to fight against Israel. Menahem gave Pul 75,000 pounds of silver, so that Pul would support him and help him gain complete control of the kingdom. Menahem raised the money by making all the rich and powerful men pay taxes. He taxed each man 20 ounces of silver and gave the money to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria left and did not stay there in Israel. All the great things that Menahem did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Menahem died and was buried with his ancestors. His son Pekahiah became the new king after him. Pekahiah's rule over Israel. Pekahiah, son of Menahem, became king over Israel in Samaria during the 50th year that Azariah was king of Judah. Pekahiah ruled 2 years. He did what the Lord said was wrong. He did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, that caused Israel to sin. The commander of Pekahiah's army was Pekah, son of Remaliah. Pekah killed Pekahiah in Samaria at the king's palace. Pekah had 50 men from Gilead with him when he killed Pekahiah. Then Pekah became the new king after him. All the great things Pekahiah did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Pekah's rule over Israel. Pekah, son of Remaliah, began to rule over Israel in Samaria during the 52nd year that Azariah was king of Judah. Pekah ruled 20 years. Pekah did what the Lord said was wrong. He did not stop committing the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin. King Tiglath-Pileser of Assyria came to fight against Israel while Pekah was king of Israel. Tiglath-Pileser captured Ijon, Abel-Beth-Maachah, Genoa, Kadesh, Hazor, Gilead, Galilee, and all the area of Naphtali. He took the people from these places as prisoners to Assyria. Hoshea, son of Elah, made plans against Pekah, son of Remaliah, and killed him. Then Hoshea became the new king. This was during the 20th year that Jotham, son of Uzziah, was king of Judah. All the great things that Pekah did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Israel. Jotham's rule over Judah. Jotham, son of Uzziah, became king of Judah. This was during the 2nd year that Pekah, son of Remaliah, was king of Israel. Jotham was 25 years old when he became king. He ruled 16 years in Jerusalem. His mother was named Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok. Jotham did what the Lord said was right. just as his father Uzziah had done. But he did not destroy the high places. The people still made sacrifices and burned incense at those places of worship. Jotham built the upper gate of the Lord's temple. All the great things that Jotham did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Judah. At that time, the Lord sent King Rezin of Aram and Pekah, son of Remaliah, to fight against Judah. Jotham died and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David, his ancestor. Jotham's son, Ahaz, became the new king after him. Second Kings 16. Ahaz becomes king over Judah. Ahaz, son of Jotham, became king of Judah during the 17th year that Pekah, son of Remaliah, was king of Israel. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king. He ruled 16 years in Jerusalem. Unlike his ancestor David, Ahaz did not do what the Lord said was right. He did the same bad things the kings of Israel had done. He even burned his son as a sacrifice. He copied the terrible sins of the nations that the Lord had forced to leave the country when the Israelites came. Ahaz made sacrifices and burned incense at the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, came to fight against Jerusalem. Rezin and Pekah surrounded Ahaz, but could not defeat him. At that time, King Rezin of Aram took back Elath for Aram. Rezin took all the people of Judah who were living in Elath. The Arameans settled in Elath, and they still live there today. Ahaz sent messengers to King Tiglath-Pileser of Assyria with this message: I am your servant. I am like a son to you. Come and save me from the king of Aram and the king of Israel. They have come to fight me. Ahaz also took the silver and gold that was in the temple of the Lord and in the treasuries of the king's palace. Then Ahaz sent a gift to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria listened to Ahaz and went to fight against Damascus. The king captured that city and took the people from Damascus as prisoners to Kir. He also killed Rezin. King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet King Tiglath-Pileser of Assyria. Ahaz saw the altar at Damascus. He sent a model and pattern of this altar to Uriah the priest. Then Uriah the priest built an altar, just like the model King Ahaz had sent him from Damascus. Uriah the priest built the altar this way before King Ahaz came back from Damascus. When the king arrived from Damascus, he saw the altar. He offered sacrifices on the altar. Ahaz burned his burnt offerings and grain offerings on it. He poured his drink offering and sprinkled the blood of his fellowship offerings on this altar. Ahaz took the bronze altar that was before the Lord from the front of the temple. This bronze altar was between Ahaz's altar and the temple of the Lord. Ahaz put the bronze altar on the north side of his own altar. He commanded Uriah the priest, use the large altar to burn the morning burnt offerings, the evening grain offerings, and the drink offerings from all the people of this country. Sprinkle all the blood from the burnt offering and other sacrifices on the large altar. But I will use the bronze altar to get answers from God. Uriah the priest did everything that King Ahaz commanded him to do. There were carts with bronze panels and basins for the priests to wash their hands. King Ahaz removed the panels and basins and cut up the carts. He also took the large tank off the bronze bulls that stood under it. He put the large tank on a stone pavement. Workers had built a covered place inside the temple area for the Sabbath meetings. But Ahaz removed the covered place and the outside entrance for the king. He removed all these from the Lord's temple. Ahaz did this because of the king of Assyria. All the great things that Ahaz did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Judah. Ahaz died and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David. Ahaz's son, Hezekiah, became the new king after him. Second Kings 17. Hoshea begins his rule over Israel. Hoshea, son of Elah, began to rule in Samaria over Israel. This was during the 12th year that Ahaz was king of Judah. Hoshea ruled 9 years. He did what the Lord said was wrong, but he was not as bad as the kings of Israel who had ruled before him. King Shalmaneser of Assyria came to fight against Hoshea and defeated him. So Hoshea paid tribute to Shalmaneser. Later, Hoshea sent messengers to the king of Egypt to ask for help. That king's name was So. That year, Hoshea did not pay tribute to the king of Assyria as he did every other year. The king of Assyria learned that Hoshea had made plans against him. So he arrested Hoshea and put him in jail. The king of Assyria attacked many places in Israel. Then he came to Samaria and fought against it for 3 years. The king of Assyria took Samaria during the 9th year that Hoshea was king of Israel. He captured many Israelites and took them as prisoners to Assyria. He made them live in Hala by the Habor River at Gozan and in other cities of the Medes. These things happened because the Israelites had sinned against the Lord their God, and it was the Lord who brought the Israelites out of the land of Egypt. He saved them from the power of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. But the Israelites began worshiping other gods. They began doing the same things that other people did. And the Lord had forced those people to leave their land when the Israelites came. The Israelites also chose to be ruled by kings. The Israelites secretly did things against the Lord their God, and those things were wrong. The Israelites built high places in all their cities, from the smallest town to the largest city. They put up memorial stones and Asherah poles on every high hill and under every green tree. They burned incense there in all those places for worship. They did these things like the nations that the Lord forced out of the land before them. The Israelites did evil things that made the Lord angry. They served idols, and the Lord had said to them, "You must not do this." The Lord used every prophet and every seer to warn Israel and Judah. He said, "Turn away from the evil things you do. Obey my commands and laws. Follow all the law that I gave to your ancestors. I used my servants the prophets to give this law to you." But the people would not listen. They were very stubborn, like their ancestors. Their ancestors did not believe the Lord their God. They refused to follow his laws and the agreement he made with their ancestors. They would not listen to his warnings. They worshipped idols that were worth nothing, and they themselves became worth nothing. The Lord had warned them not to do the evil things that the people in the nations around them did. But they lived the same way those people lived. The people stopped following the commands of the Lord their God. They made 2 gold statues of calves. They made Asherah poles. They worshipped all the stars of heaven and served Baal. They sacrificed their sons and daughters in the fire. They used magic and witchcraft to try to learn the future. They sold themselves to do what the Lord said was evil. They did this to make him angry. So the Lord became very angry with Israel and removed them from his sight. There were no Israelites left except the tribe of Judah. The people of Judah are also guilty. But even the people of Judah did not obey the commands of the Lord their God. They lived just as the Israelites had. The Lord rejected all the Israelites. He brought them many troubles. He let people destroy them. Finally, he threw them away and removed them from his sight. He tore them from the family of David, and they made Jeroboam son of Nebat their king. Jeroboam pulled the Israelites away from following the Lord. He caused them to commit a great sin. So the Israelites sinned in all the ways Jeroboam did, and they did not stop committing these sins until the Lord took Israel away from his sight. And he said this would happen. He sent his prophets to tell the people this would happen. So the Israelites were taken out of their country into Assyria. And they have been there to this day. Foreigners settle in Israel. The king of Assyria took the Israelites out of Samaria and brought in other people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim. They took over Samaria and lived in the cities around it. When these people began to live in Samaria, they did not honor the Lord. So the Lord sent lions to attack them. The lions killed some of them. Some people said to the king of Assyria, "The people who you took away and put in the cities of Samaria don't know the law of the God of that country." So that God sent lions to attack them. The lions killed them because they don't know the law of the God of that country. So the king of Assyria gave this command: "You took some priests from Samaria. Send one of them, who I captured, back to Samaria. Let that priest go and live there. Then he can teach the people the law of the God of that country." So one of the priests, who the Assyrians had carried away from Samaria, came to live in Bethel. He taught the people how they should honor the Lord. But all those people made gods of their own. They put them in the temples at the high places that the people of Samaria had made. They did this wherever they lived. The people of Babylon made the false god Succoth-Benoth. The people of Cutha made the false god Nergal. The people of Hamath made the false god Ashima. The people of Ava made the false gods Nibaz and Tartak. The people from Sepharvaim also burned their children in the fire to honor their false gods, Adramelech and Anamelech. But they also worshipped the Lord. They chose priests for the high places from among the people. These priests made sacrifices for the people in the temples at those places of worship. They respected the Lord, but also served their own gods, just as they did in their own countries. Even today, they live the same way they did in the past. They don't honor the Lord. They don't obey the rules and commands of the Israelites. They don't obey the law or the commands that the Lord gave to the children of Jacob. The Lord made an agreement with the Israelites. He commanded them, "You must not honor other gods. You must not worship them or serve them or offer sacrifices to them. But you must follow the Lord, who brought you out of Egypt. He used his great power to save you. You must worship him and make sacrifices to him. You must obey the rules, laws, teachings, and commands that he wrote for you. You must obey these things all the time. You must not respect other gods. You must not forget the agreement that I made with you. You must not respect other gods. No, you must respect only the Lord your God. Then he will save you from all your enemies." But the Israelites did not listen. They kept on doing the same things they did before. So now those other nations respected the Lord, but they also served their own idols. Their children and grandchildren did the same thing their ancestors did. They still do these things to this day. Second Kings 18. Hezekiah begins his rule over Judah. Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, was king of Judah. Hezekiah began to rule during the 3rd year that Hoshea, son of Elah, was king of Israel. Hezekiah was 25 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. Hezekiah did what the Lord said was right, just as David his ancestor had done. Hezekiah destroyed the high places. He broke the memorial stones and cut down the Asherah poles. At that time, the Israelites burned incense to the bronze snake made by Moses. This bronze snake was called Nehushtan. Hezekiah broke this bronze snake into pieces. Hezekiah trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel. There was no one like Hezekiah among all the kings of Judah before him or after him. He was very faithful to the Lord and did not stop following him. He obeyed the commands that the Lord had given to Moses. The Lord was with Hezekiah, so he was successful in everything he did. Hezekiah broke away from the king of Assyria and stopped serving him. Hezekiah defeated the Philistines all the way to Gaza and the area around it. He defeated all the Philistine cities, from the smallest town to the largest city. The Assyrians capture Samaria. King Shalmaneser of Assyria went to fight against Samaria. His army surrounded the city. This happened during the 4th year that Hezekiah was king of Judah. This was also the 7th year that Hoshea, son of Elah, was king of Israel. At the end of the 3rd year, Shalmaneser captured Samaria. He took Samaria during the 6th year that Hezekiah was king of Judah. This was also the 9th year that Hoshea was king of Israel. The king of Assyria took the Israelites as prisoners to Assyria. He made them live in Halah, on the Haber, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. This happened because the Israelites did not obey the Lord their God. They broke his agreement and did not obey everything that Moses, the Lord's servant, had commanded. The Israelites would not listen to the Lord's agreement or do what it taught them to do. Assyria gets ready to take Judah. During Hezekiah's 14th year as king, King Sennacherib of Assyria went to fight against all the strong cities of Judah. Sennacherib defeated them all. Then King Hezekiah of Judah sent a message to the king of Assyria at Lachish. Hezekiah said, "I have done wrong. Leave me alone, and I will pay whatever you want." Then the king of Assyria told King Hezekiah of Judah to pay over 11 tons of silver and over 1 ton of gold. Hezekiah gave all the silver that was in the Lord's temple and in the king's treasuries. That is when Hezekiah cut off the gold that he had put on the doors and doorposts of the Lord's temple and gave it to the king of Assyria. King of Assyria sends men to Jerusalem. The king of Assyria sent his 3 most important officers with a large army to King Hezekiah in Jerusalem. They left Lachish and went to Jerusalem. They stood near the aqueduct by the upper pool on the street that leads up to Laundryman's Field These men called for the king, but Eliakim son of Hilkiah, Shebna, and Joah son of Asaph went out to meet them. Eliakim was the palace manager, Joah was the record keeper, and Shebna was the royal secretary. The commander said to them, "Tell Hezekiah, this is what the great king, the king of Assyria, says. What are you trusting in to help you? If you say, 'I trust in power and great battle plans,' then that is useless. Now I ask you, who do you trust so much that you are willing to rebel against me? Are you depending on Egypt to help you? Egypt is like a broken walking stick. If you lean on it for support, it will only hurt you and make a hole in your hand. Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, cannot be trusted by anyone who depends on him for help. Maybe you will say, 'We trust the Lord our God to help us.' But I know that Hezekiah destroyed the altars and high places where people worshiped the Lord. Hezekiah told the people of Judah and Jerusalem, 'You must worship only at this one altar here in Jerusalem. If you still want to fight my master, the king of Assyria, I will make this agreement with you. I promise that I will give you 2,000 horses if you can find enough men to ride them into battle. But even then, you couldn't beat one of my master's lowest-ranking officers. So why do you still depend on Egypt's chariots and horse soldiers? Now, do you think I came to this country to destroy it without the Lord's help? No. The Lord said to me, 'Go up against this country and destroy it.'" Then Eliakim son of Hilkiah, Shebna, and Joah said to the commander, "Please speak to us in Aramaic. We understand that language. Don't speak to us in the language of Judah, because the people on the wall will understand you." But the commander said, "My master sent me to speak to everyone, not just to you and your master. I must also speak to those people sitting there on the wall. When we surround your city, they will suffer too. Like you, they will become so hungry, they will eat their own waste and drink their own urine." Then the commander, shouting loudly in Hebrew, gave this warning to them all. "Hear this message from the great king, the king of Assyria. This is what the king says. Don't let Hezekiah fool you. He cannot save you from my power. Don't listen to him when he tells you to trust in the Lord. Don't believe him when he says, 'The Lord will save us.' He will not let the king of Assyria defeat the city. Don't listen to Hezekiah. This is what the king of Assyria says. Come out here and show me that you want peace. Then you will all be free to have grapes from your own vines, figs from your own trees, and water from your own well. After some time, I will come and take you to a land like your own. In that new land, you will have plenty of grain for making bread and vineyards for producing wine. I am offering you a choice to live instead of dying. Don't believe Hezekiah when he tells you, 'The Lord will save us.' He is wrong. Did any of the gods of other nations save their land from the king of Assyria? When I destroyed the cities of Hamath and Arpad, where were their gods? What about the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Ivvah? Were any gods able to save Samaria from my power? None of the gods of these other places were able to save their land from me? So why do you think the Lord can save Jerusalem from me?" But the people were silent. They did not say a word to the commander, because King Hezekiah had commanded them, "Don't say anything to him." Then the palace manager, Eliakim son of Hilkiah, the royal secretary, Shebna, and the record keeper, Joah son of Asaph, went to Hezekiah. Their clothes were torn to show they were upset. They told Hezekiah, everything the Assyrian commander had said. Second Kings 19. Hezekiah talks with Isaiah the prophet. When King Hezekiah heard this, he tore his clothes to show he was upset. Then he put on sackcloth and went to the Lord's temple. Hezekiah sent Eliakim the palace manager, Shebna the royal secretary, and the elders of the priests to the prophet Isaiah son of Amoz. They wore the special clothes that showed they were sad and upset. They said to Isaiah, "King Hezekiah has commanded that today will be a special day for sorrow and sadness. It will be a very sad day, like the time a child should be born, but is not strong enough to come from its mother's womb. The commander's master, the king of Assyria, has sent him to say bad things about the living God. Maybe the Lord your God will hear all those things and answer them. Maybe the Lord your God will show how wrong the enemy is. So pray for the people who are still left alive." King Hezekiah's officers went to Isaiah. Isaiah said to them, "Give this message to your master, Hezekiah. The Lord says, don't be afraid of what you heard from the commanders. Don't believe what those boys from the king of Assyria said to make fun of me. Look, I will send a spirit against the king of Assyria. He will get a report warning him about a danger, so he will return to his own country, and I will cut him down with a sword in his own country." The Assyrian army leaves Jerusalem. The commander heard that the king of Assyria had left Lachish. He found him at Libnah, fighting against that city. Then the king of Assyria heard a report that said, "Tirhakah, the king of Ethiopia, has come to fight against you." So the king of Assyria sent messengers to Hezekiah again. He told them, "Tell King Hezekiah of Judah these things. Don't be fooled by the God you trust when he says Jerusalem will not be defeated by the king of Assyria. You have heard what the kings of Assyria did to all the other countries. We completely destroyed them. Will you be saved? No. Did the gods of those nations save their people? No. My ancestors destroyed them all. They destroyed Gozan, Haran, Rezeph, and the people of Eden living in Telassar. Where's the king of Hamath, the king of Arpad, the king of the city of Sepharvaim, the kings of Hena and Eva?" Hezekiah prays to the Lord. Hezekiah received the letters from the messengers and read them. Then he went up to the Lord's temple and laid the letters out in front of the Lord. Hezekiah prayed before the Lord and said, "Lord, God of Israel, you sit as king above the cherub angels. You alone are the God who rules all the kingdoms on earth. You made heaven and earth. Lord, please listen to me. Lord, open your eyes and look at this message. Hear the words that Sennacherib sent to insult the living God. It is true, Lord. The kings of Assyria did destroy all those nations. They did throw the gods of those nations into the fire. But they were not real gods. They were only wood and stone, statues that people made. That is why the kings of Assyria could destroy them. But you are the Lord our God, so please save us from the king of Assyria. Then all the other nations will know that you, Lord, are the only God." God answers Hezekiah. Then Isaiah son of Amoz sent this message to Hezekiah. Isaiah said, "The Lord, the God of Israel, says this: You prayed to me about the message that came from King Sennacherib of Assyria. I have heard you. This is the Lord's message against Sennacherib. The virgin daughter Zion does not think you are important. She makes fun of you. Daughter Jerusalem shakes her head at you and laughs behind your back. But who did you insult and make fun of? Who did you speak against? You were against the Holy One of Israel. You acted like you were better than he was. You sent your messengers to insult the Lord. You said, I came with my many chariots to the high mountains deep inside Lebanon. I cut down the tallest cedar trees and the best fir trees of Lebanon. I went to its highest mountains, its thickest forests. I dug wells and drank water from new places. I dried up the rivers of Egypt and walked on the land there. That is what you said, but haven't you heard what I said? I planned it long ago. From ancient times, I planned it. And now I have made it happen. I let you tear down the strong cities and change them into piles of rocks. The people in the cities had no power. They were afraid and confused. They were about to be cut down like grass and plants in the field. They were like grass growing on the housetops, dying before it grows tall. I know all about your battles. I know when you rested, when you went out to war, and when you came home. I also know when you got upset at me. Yes, you were upset at me. I heard your proud insults. So I will put my hook in your nose and my bit in your mouth. Then I will turn you around and lead you back the way you came. The Lord's message for Hezekiah. Then the Lord said, I will give you a sign to show that these words are true. You were not able to plant seeds this year, so next year you will eat grain that grows wild from the previous year's crop. But in the third year, you will eat grain from seeds that you planted. You will harvest your crops and have plenty to eat. You will plant grapevines and eat their fruit. You will plant vineyards and eat the grapes from them. The people from the family of Judah who have escaped and are left alive will be like plants that send their roots deep into the ground and produce fruit above the ground. That is because a few people will come out of Jerusalem alive. There will be survivors coming from Mount Zion. The strong love of the Lord all-powerful will do this. So, the Lord says this about the king of Assyria. He will not come into this city or shoot an arrow at this city. He will not bring his shields up against this city or build up a hill of dirt to attack its walls. He will go back the way he came, and he will not come into this city. The Lord says this, I will protect this city and save it. I will do this for myself and for my servant David. The Assyrian army is destroyed. That night the angel of the Lord went out and killed 185,000 people in the Assyrian camp. When the others got up in the morning, they saw all the dead bodies. So King Sennacherib of Assyria left and went back to Nineveh where he stayed. One day, Sennacherib was in the temple of his god Nisroch, worshiping him. His sons, Adramelech and Sharezer, killed him with a sword and ran away to Ararat. So his son, Esarhaddon, became the new king of Assyria. Second Kings 20. Hezekiah's illness. At that time, Hezekiah became sick and almost died. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amoz, went to see him and told him, The Lord says, You will die soon, so you should tell your family what they should do when you die. You will not get well. Hezekiah turned his face to the wall that faced the temple and began praying to the Lord. Lord, remember that I have sincerely served you with all my heart. I have done what you say is good. Then Hezekiah cried very hard. Before Isaiah had left the middle courtyard, he received this message from the Lord. Go back and speak to Hezekiah, the leader of my people. Tell him, this is what the Lord, the God of your ancestor David, says. I heard your prayer and I saw your tears, so I will heal you. On the third day, you will go up to the temple of the Lord. I will add 15 years to your life. I will save you and this city from the king of Assyria. I will protect this city. I will do this for myself, and because of the promise I made to my servant David. Then Isaiah said, crush figs together and put them on your sore. You will get well. So they took the mixture of figs and put it on Hezekiah's sore place, and he got well. Hezekiah asked Isaiah, what will be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I will go up to the temple of the Lord on the third day? Isaiah said, which do you want? Should the shadow go forward 10 steps or go back 10 steps? This is the sign for you from the Lord to show that the Lord will do what he said he would do. Hezekiah answered, it is an easy thing for the shadow to go down 10 steps. No, make the shadow go back 10 steps. Then Isaiah prayed, and the Lord made the shadow move back 10 steps. It went back up the steps that it had already been on. Messengers from Babylon. At that time, Merodach-Baladan, son of Baladan, was king of Babylon. He sent letters and a gift to Hezekiah when he heard that Hezekiah had been sick. Hezekiah listened to the messengers and then showed them all the valuable things he owned. He showed them the silver, the gold, the spices, the expensive perfume, and the building where he stored the weapons. He showed them everything in his treasuries, in his palace, and in his kingdom. Then Isaiah the prophet came to King Hezekiah and asked him, what did these men say? Where did they come from? Hezekiah said, these men came from a faraway country, from Babylon. Isaiah said, what did they see in your palace? Hezekiah answered, they saw everything I own. I showed them all my wealth. Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, listen to this message from the Lord. The time is coming when everything in your palace and everything your ancestors have saved until today will be carried away to Babylon. Nothing will be left. The Lord said this. The Babylonians will take your sons, and your sons will become officers in the palace of the king of Babylon. Then Hezekiah told Isaiah, this message from the Lord is good. Hezekiah said this because he thought, there will be real peace and security during my lifetime. All the great things that Hezekiah did, including his work on the pool and the aqueduct to bring water into the city, are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. Hezekiah died and was buried with his ancestors, and his son Manasseh became the new king after him. Second Kings 21. Manasseh begins his evil rule over Judah. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 55 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hephzibah. Manasseh did what the Lord said was wrong. He did the terrible things the other nations did. And the Lord forced those nations to leave their country when the Israelites came. Manasseh rebuilt the high places that his father Hezekiah had destroyed. He also built altars for Baal and made an Asherah pole, just as King Ahab of Israel had done. Manasseh worshipped and served the stars of heaven. He built altars to honor false gods in the Lord's temple. This is the place the Lord was talking about when he said, I will put my name in Jerusalem. Manasseh built altars for the stars of heaven in the 2 courtyards of the Lord's temple. He sacrificed his own son and burned him on the altar. He used different ways of trying to know the future. He visited mediums and wizards. Manasseh did more and more things that the Lord saw as evil, which made the Lord angry. Manasseh made a carved statue of Asherah. He put this statue in the temple. The Lord had said to David and to David's son Solomon about this temple, "I have chosen Jerusalem from all the cities in Israel. I will put my name in the temple in Jerusalem forever. I will not cause the Israelites to leave the land that I gave to their ancestors. I will let the people stay in their land if they obey everything I commanded them and all the teachings that my servant Moses gave them." But the people did not listen to God. Manasseh did more evil things than all the nations that lived in Canaan before Israel came. And the Lord destroyed those nations when the Israelites came to take their land. The Lord used his servants, the prophets, to say this: "King Manasseh of Judah has done these hated things and has done more evil than the Amorites before him. He also has caused Judah to sin because of his idols. So the Lord, the God of Israel, says, Look, I will bring so much trouble against Jerusalem and Judah that anyone who hears about it will be shocked. I will stretch the measuring line of Samaria and the plumb line of Ahab's family over Jerusalem. A man wipes a dish, and then he turns it upside down. I will do that to Jerusalem. There will still be a few of my people left, but I will leave them. I will give them to their enemies. Their enemies will take them as prisoners. They will be like the valuable things soldiers take in war. This is because my people did what I said was wrong. They have made me angry with them since the day their ancestors came up out of Egypt. And Manasseh killed many innocent people. He filled Jerusalem from one end to another with blood. And all these sins are in addition to the sins that caused Judah to sin. Manasseh caused Judah to do what the Lord said was wrong. All the things that Manasseh did, including the sins that he committed, are written in the book, the history of the kings of Judah. Manasseh died and was buried with his ancestors. He was buried in the garden at his house. It was called the Garden of Uzzah. His son Amon became the new king after him. Amon's short rule. Amon was 22 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 2 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Meshullemeth, daughter of Haruz from Jotbah. Amon did what the Lord said was wrong, just as his father Manasseh had done. Amon lived just as his father had lived. He worshipped and served the same idols his father had worshipped. Amon left the Lord, the God of his ancestors, and did not live the way the Lord wanted. Amon's servants made plans against him and killed him in his palace. The common people killed all the officers who made plans against King Amon. Then the people made Amon's son Josiah the new king after him. The other things that Amon did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Judah. Amon was buried in his grave at the Garden of Uzzah. His son Josiah became the new king. Second Kings 22. Josiah begins his rule over Judah. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 31 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jedidah, the daughter of Adiah of Bozkath. Josiah did what the Lord said was right. He followed God like his ancestor David. Josiah obeyed God's teachings. He did exactly what God wanted. Josiah orders the temple repaired. During the 18th year that Josiah was king, he sent Shaphan, son of Azaliah, son of Meshullam, the secretary, to the Lord's temple. Josiah said, "Go up to Hilkiah the high priest. Tell him that he must get the money that people brought to the Lord's temple." The gatekeepers collected that money from the people. The priests must use that money to pay the workers to repair the Lord's temple. They must give that money to the men who supervise the work on the Lord's temple. Use that money for the carpenters, stonemasons, and stonecutters. Also, use that money to buy the timber and cut stones that are needed to repair the temple. Don't count the money that you give to the workers. They can be trusted. Book of the Law found in the temple. Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the secretary, "Look, I found the book of the law in the Lord's temple." Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and Shaphan read it. He went to King Josiah and told him what happened. Shaphan said, "Your servants have gathered all the money that was in the temple." They gave it to the men who supervised the work on the Lord's temple. Then he told the king, "And Hilkiah the priest also gave this book to me." Then Shaphan read the book to the king. When the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his clothes to show he was sad and upset. Then he gave a command to Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam son of Shaphan, Achbor son of Micaiah, Shaphan the secretary, and Asaiah the king's servant. King Josiah said, "Go and ask the Lord what we should do. Ask for me, for the people, and for all Judah. Ask about the words of this book that was found. The Lord is angry with us, because our ancestors did not listen to the words of this book. They did not obey all the commands that were written for us, Josiah and Huldah, the prophetess." So Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, Achbor, Shaphan, and Asaiah went to Huldah, the woman prophet. Huldah was the wife of Shallum son of Tikvah, son of Harhas. He took care of the priest's clothes. Huldah was living in the second quarter in Jerusalem. They went and talked with Huldah. Then Huldah said to them, "The Lord, the God of Israel, says, 'Tell the man who sent you to me, the Lord says this, I am bringing trouble on this place and on the people who live here. These are the troubles that are mentioned in the book that the king of Judah read. The people of Judah have left me and have burned incense to other gods. They made me very angry. They made many idols. That is why I will show my anger against this place. My anger will be like a fire that cannot be stopped." King Josiah of Judah sent you to ask advice from the Lord. Tell Josiah that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. You heard the words I spoke against this place and those who live here. And when you heard those things, your heart was soft, and you showed your sorrow before the Lord. I said that terrible things would happen to this place. So you tore your clothes to show your sadness, and you began to cry. That is why I heard you. This is what the Lord says. I will bring you to be with your ancestors. You will die and go to your grave in peace, so your eyes will not see all the trouble that I am bringing on this place. Then Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, Achbor, Shaphan, and Asaiah gave that message to the king. Second Kings 23. The people hear the law. King Josiah told told all the leaders of Judah and Jerusalem to come and meet with him. Then the king went up to the Lord's temple. All the people of Judah and the people who lived in Jerusalem went with him. The priests, the prophets, and all the people, from the least important to the most important, went with him. Then he read the book of the agreement. This was the book of the law that was found in the Lord's temple. Josiah read the book so that all the people could hear it. The king stood by the column and made an agreement with the Lord. He promised to follow the Lord and to obey his commands, the laws, and his rules. He promised to do this with all his heart and soul. He promised to obey the agreement written in this book. All the people stood to show that they promised to follow the agreement. Then the king commanded Hilkiah, the high priest, the other priests, and the gatekeepers to bring out of the Lord's temple all the dishes and things that were made to honor Baal, Asherah, and the stars of heaven. Then Josiah burned those things outside Jerusalem in the fields in Kidron Valley. Then they carried the ashes to Bethel. The kings of Judah had chosen some ordinary men to serve as priests. These false priests were burning incense at the high places in every city of Judah and all the towns around Jerusalem. They burned incense to honor Baal, the sun, the moon, the constellations, and all the stars in the sky. But Josiah stopped those false priests. Josiah removed the Asherah pole from the Lord's temple. He took the Asherah pole outside the city to the Kidron Valley and burned it there. Then he beat the burned pieces into dust and scattered the dust over the graves of the common people. Then King Josiah broke down the houses of the male prostitutes who were in the Lord's temple. Women also used these houses and made little tent covers to honor the false goddess Asherah. At that time, the priests did not bring the sacrifices to Jerusalem and offer them on the Lord's altar in the temple. The priests lived in cities all over Judah. They burned incense and offered sacrifices at the high places in those cities. The high places were everywhere, from Geba to Beersheba. And the priests ate their unleavened bread in those towns, with the ordinary people. Not at the special place for priests in the temple in Jerusalem. But King Josiah ruined the high places and brought the priests to Jerusalem. Josiah also destroyed the high places that were on the left side of the city gate, by the gate of Joshua. Joshua was the ruler of the city. Topheth was a place in the valley of Hinnom's son, where people killed their children and burned them on an altar to honor the false god Moloch. Josiah ruined that place so that no one could use it again. In the past, the kings of Judah had put some horses and a chariot near the entrance to the Lord's temple. This was near the room of an important official named Nathan-Melech. The horses and chariot were to honor the sun god. Josiah removed the horses and burned the chariot. In the past, the kings of Judah had built altars on the roof of Ahab's building. King Manasseh had also built altars in the 2 courtyards of the Lord's temple. Josiah destroyed all the altars and threw the broken pieces into the Kidron Valley. In the past, King Solomon built some high places on Destroyer Hill near Jerusalem. The high places were on the south side of that hill. King Solomon built one of these places of worship to honor Ashtoreth, that horrible thing the people of Sidon worship. He also built one to honor Chemosh, that horrible thing the Moabites worship. And King Solomon built one high place to honor Milcom, that horrible thing the Ammonites worship. But King Josiah ruined all these places of worship. He broke all the memorial stones and Asherah poles. Then he scattered dead men's bones over that place. Josiah also broke down the altar and high place at Bethel. Jeroboam son of Nebat had made this altar. Jeroboam caused Israel to sin. Josiah broke down both that altar and the high place. He broke the stones of the altar to pieces. Then he beat it into dust, and he burned the Asherah pole. Josiah looked around and saw graves on the mountain. He sent men, and they took the bones from the graves. Then he burned the bones on the altar. In this way, Josiah ruined the altar. This happened according to the message from the Lord that the man of God announced. The man of God announced these things when Jeroboam stood beside the altar at the feast. Then Josiah looked around and saw the grave of the man of God. Josiah said, "What is that monument I see?" The people of the city told him, "It is the grave of the man of God who came from Judah. This man of God told about the things you have done to the altar at Bethel. He said them a long time ago." Josiah said, "Leave the man of God alone. Don't move his bones." So they left his bones and the bones of the man of God from Samaria. Josiah also destroyed all the temples at the high places in the cities of Samaria. The kings of Israel had built those temples, which had made the Lord very angry. Josiah destroyed them, just as he had destroyed the place of worship at Bethel. Josiah killed all the priests of the high places that were in Samaria. He killed the priests on those altars and burned men's bones on the altars so that they could never be used again. Then he went back to Jerusalem. The people of Judah celebrate Passover. Then King Josiah gave a command to all the people. He said, "Celebrate the Passover for the Lord your God. Do this just as it is written in the book of the agreement." The people had not celebrated a Passover like this since the days when the judges ruled Israel. None of the kings of Israel or the kings of Judah ever had such a big celebration for Passover. They celebrated this Passover for the Lord in Jerusalem during Josiah's 18th year as king. Josiah destroyed the mediums, wizards, the house gods, the idols, and all the horrible things people worshipped in Judah and Jerusalem. He did this to obey the law written in the book that Hilkiah the priest found in the Lord's temple. There had never been a king like Josiah before. Josiah turned to the Lord with all his heart, with all his soul, and with all his strength. No king had followed all the law of Moses like Josiah, and there has never been another king like Josiah since that time. But the Lord did not stop being angry with the people of Judah. He was still angry with them for everything that Manasseh had done. The Lord said, "I forced the Israelites to leave their land. I will do the same to Judah. I will take Judah out of my sight. I will not accept Jerusalem. Yes, I chose that city. I was talking about Jerusalem when I said, 'My name will be there, but I will destroy the temple that is in that place.' All the other things that Josiah did are written in the book, the history of the kings of Judah, the death of Josiah. While Josiah was king, Pharaoh Necho, the king of Egypt, went to fight against the king of Assyria at the Euphrates River. Josiah went out to meet Necho at Megiddo. Pharaoh saw Josiah and killed him. Josiah's officers put his body in a chariot and carried him from Megiddo to Jerusalem. They buried Josiah in his own grave. Then the common people took Josiah's son Jehoahaz and anointed him. They made Jehoahaz the new king. Jehoahaz becomes king of Judah. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king. He ruled 3 months in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah from Libnah. Jehoahaz did what the Lord said was wrong. He did all the same things that his ancestors had done. Pharaoh Necho put Jehoahaz in prison at Riblah in the land of Hamath, so Jehoahaz could not rule in Jerusalem. Pharaoh Necho forced Judah to pay 7,500 pounds of silver and 75 pounds of gold. Pharaoh Necho made Josiah's son Eliakim the new king. Eliakim took the place of Josiah his father. Pharaoh Necho changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim, and Pharaoh Necho took Jehoahaz away to Egypt, where he died. Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but Jehoiakim made the common people pay taxes and used that money to give to Pharaoh Necho. So everyone paid their share of silver and gold, and King Jehoiakim gave the money to Pharaoh Necho. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king. He ruled 11 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zebedah, daughter of Pedaiah from Rumah. Jehoiakim did what the Lord said was wrong. He did all the same things his ancestors had done. Second Kings 24. King Nebuchadnezzar comes to Judah. In the time of Jehoiakim, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon came to the country of Judah. Jehoiakim served Nebuchadnezzar for 3 years. Then Jehoiakim turned against Nebuchadnezzar and broke away from his rule. The Lord sent groups of Babylonians, Arameans, Moabites, and Ammonites to fight against Jehoiakim. He sent them to destroy Judah. This happened just as the Lord had said. He used his servants the prophets to say those things. The Lord commanded this to happen to Judah. In this way, he would remove them from his sight. He did this because of all the sins that Manasseh committed. He did this because Manasseh killed many innocent people and filled Jerusalem with their blood. The Lord would not forgive these sins. The other things that Jehoiakim did are written in the book, The History of the Kings of Judah. Jehoiakim died and was buried with his ancestors. His son Jehoiakim became the new king after him. The king of Babylon captured all the land between the brook of Egypt and the Euphrates River. This land was previously controlled by Egypt. So the king of Egypt did not leave Egypt anymore. Nebuchadnezzar captures Jerusalem. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 3 months in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Nehushta, daughter of Elnathan from Jerusalem. Jehoiakim did what the Lord said was wrong. He did all the same things that his father had done. At that time, the officers of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon came to Jerusalem and surrounded it. Then King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon came to the city. King Jehoiakim of Judah went out to meet the king of Babylon. His mother, his officers, leaders, and officials also went with him. Then the king of Babylon captured Jehoiakim. This was during the 8th year of Nebuchadnezzar's rule. Nebuchadnezzar took from Jerusalem all the treasures in the Lord's temple and all the treasures in the king's palace. He cut up all the golden dishes that King Solomon of Israel had put in the Lord's temple. This happened just as the Lord had said. Nebuchadnezzar captured all the people of Jerusalem, including the leaders and other wealthy people. He took 10,000 people and made them prisoners. He took all the skilled workers and craftsmen. No one was left except the poorest of the common people. Nebuchadnezzar took Jehoiakim to Babylon as a prisoner. He also took the king's mother, his wives, officers, and the leading men of the land. He took them from Jerusalem to Babylon as prisoners. There were 7,000 soldiers. Nebuchadnezzar took all the soldiers and 1,000 of the skilled workers and craftsmen. All these men were trained soldiers, ready for war. The king of Babylon took them to Babylon as prisoners. King Zedekiah. The king of Babylon made Mattaniah the new king. Mattaniah was Jehoiachin's uncle. He changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to rule. He ruled 11 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah from Libnah. Zedekiah did what the Lord said was wrong. He did all the same things that Jehoiakim did. The Lord became so angry with Jerusalem and Judah that he threw them away. Nebuchadnezzar ends Zedekiah's rule. Zedekiah rebelled and refused to obey the king of Babylon. Second Kings 25. So King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon and all his army came to fight against Jerusalem. This happened on the 10th day of the 10th month of Zedekiah's 9th year as king. Nebuchadnezzar put his army around Jerusalem to stop people from going in and out of the city. Then he built a wall of dirt around the city. His army stayed around Jerusalem until Zedekiah's 11th year as king of Judah. The famine was getting worse and worse in the city. By the 9th day of the 4th month, there was no more food for the common people in the city. Nebuchadnezzar's army finally broke through the city wall. That night, King Zedekiah and all his soldiers ran away. They used the secret gate that went through the double walls. It was by the king's garden. The enemy soldiers were all around the city, but Zedekiah and his men escaped on the road to the desert. The Babylonian army chased King Zedekiah and caught him near Jericho. All of Zedekiah's soldiers left him and ran away. The Babylonians took King Zedekiah to the king of Babylon at Riblah. The Babylonians decided to punish Zedekiah. They killed Zedekiah's sons in front of him. Then they put out Zedekiah's eyes. They put chains on him and took him to Babylon. Jerusalem is destroyed. Nebuchadnezzar came to Jerusalem on the 7th day of the 5th month of his 19th year as king of Babylon. The captain of Nebuchadnezzar's best soldiers was Nebuzaradan. Nebuzaradan burned the Lord's temple, the king's palace, and all the houses in Jerusalem. He destroyed even the largest houses. Then the Babylonian army that was with Nebuzaradan pulled down the walls around Jerusalem. Nebuzaradan captured all the people who were still left in the city. He took all the people as prisoners, even those who had tried to surrender. He let only the poorest of the common people stay there. He let them stay so that they could take care of the grapes and other crops. The Babylonian soldiers broke into pieces all the bronze things in the Lord's temple. They broke the bronze columns, the bronze carts, and the large bronze tank that were in the Lord's temple. Then they took all of that bronze to Babylon. The Babylonians also took the pots, the shovels, the tools for trimming the lamps, the spoons, and all the bronze dishes that were used in the temple. Nebuzaradan took all the fire pans and bowls. He took all the things made of gold for the gold, and he took everything made of silver for the silver. So Nebuzaradan took the large bronze tank and the 2 bronze columns. Each column was about 31 feet tall. The capitals on the columns were over 5 feet tall. They were made from bronze, and had a design like a net and pomegranates. Both columns had the same kind of design. He also took the carts that Solomon made for the Lord's temple. The bronze from these things was too heavy to be weighed. The people of Judah taken as prisoners. From the temple, Nebuzaradan took Sariah, the high priest, Zephaniah, the second priest, and the 3 men who guarded the entrance. From the city, Nebuzaradan took 1 official who was in charge of the army, and 5 of the king's advisors who were still in the city. He took 1 secretary of the commander of the army, who was in charge of counting the common people, and choosing some of them to be soldiers, and 60 people who just happened to be in the city. Then Nebuzaradan took all these people to the king of Babylon at Riblah in the area of Hamath. The king of Babylon killed them there at Riblah, and the people of Judah were led away as prisoners from their land. Gedaliah, governor of Judah. King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon left some people in the land of Judah. There was a man named Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan. Nebuchadnezzar made Gedaliah governor over the people in Judah. The army captains were Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, Johanan, son of Kareah, Sariah, son of Tanhumeth from Netophath, and Jazaniah, son of the Maacathite. These army captains and their men heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, so they went to Mizpah to meet with him. Gedaliah made promises to these officers and their men. He said to them, "Don't be afraid of the Babylonian officers. Stay here and serve the king of Babylon. Then everything will be all right with you." Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, son of Elishama, was from the king's family. In the 7th month, Ishmael and 10 of his men attacked Gedaliah and killed all the men of Judah and Babylonians who were with Gedaliah at Mizpah. Then the army officers and all the people ran away to Egypt. Everyone, from the least important to the most important, ran away because they were afraid of the Babylonians. Later, evil Merodach became the king of Babylon. He let King Jehoiakim of Judah out of prison. This happened in the 37th year after Jehoiakim was captured. This was on the 27th day of the 12th month from the time that evil Merodach began to rule. Evil Merodach was kind to Jehoiakim. He gave him a more important place to sit than the other kings who were with him in Babylon. Evil Merodach let Jehoiakim stop wearing prison clothes, and every day for the rest of his life, he ate at the same table with the king. And each day, for as long as Jehoiakim lived, the king gave him enough money to pay for whatever he needed.